Speaker, while I recognize that death is an inevitable appointment for all men, the exiting of men of noble stature like my late predecessor can be very difficult to assimilate. As a member of Parliament, the Honorable Dr. Anthony Akoto-Osei was a tireless advocate for his constituents, working hard to address their concerns and improve their quality of life. He was a man of great vision and purpose who brought passion, dedication, and a deep sense of responsibility to his work. Talking about Dr. Akoto-Osei's statute and clout in politics, he was a man whom many revered across the political divide. The degree of respect and recognition which were extended to him were valid testimonies of his deep sense of professionalism, admirable work ethics, depth of knowledge, unparalleled humility, and affable nature. Mr. Speaker, before I had the opportunity to represent the noble people of Old-Tafo, Uncle Tony, as we sometimes affectionately called him, was an inspiring role model whose ethics, virtues, and principles influenced my political grooming and overall growth. Like the many others he mentored and inspired, I owe him endless bowels of gratitude. His kind-hearted nature, his impact in our beloved constituency, Old-Tafo constituency, and his weight in financial discourse in both academia and public service can also not be ignored. On behalf of Old-Tafo constituency, where he served for 16 remarkable years, I would like to extend our deepest condolences to his family and all his loved ones. We share in their grief, and our thoughts and prayers are with them in these very trying times. As we mourn the passing of an illustrious son of the soil, let us take comfort in the knowledge that his legacy of service of our country will live on for many generations to come. His dedication, commitment, and passion for public service will continue to inspire us all as we work to build a better and brighter future for Ghana. May the soul of Dr. Anthony Akoto-Osei rest in perfect peace.
Mr. Speaker, I visited Dr. Anthony Akoto-Osei on Sunday before his passing on the Monday. I was with him. We watched the Fulham-Manchester United game together. Whilst with him, I realized he wasn't too comfortable, so the nurses at home were called to come and assist one way or the other. So I made an intervention, spoke with his senior brother, and we invited a doctor home who came to take some vital statistics of his. And he was the same person who walked upstairs, went with the doctor, did everything, and he was fine. Doctor recommended some tests to be done. He took him to Uracare the next morning on Monday to undertake some tests, only to be called around 4 p.m. that he's passed. It was a very devastating blow. A great sportsman, an economist, a politician who came to serve this country very well, a very selfless politician at that. He was a man of steel. He did work very well as a ranking member on finance for 8 years. And he contributed his quota to the country. And I believe, I'm very sad that I'm making this comment, but he gave opportunities to all the young people on the committee, including Dr. Makesibe Eboa, Honorable Jaja, Honorable Adongo were his friends. They ate, drank, and did a lot of things together, which I cannot talk about in this sad moment.
This is a very sad and very sorrowful moment for all of us, especially those of us who came to this house in the same year with him. He was a very nice gentleman by all standards. Our colleague, the late Honorable Dr. Akoto Osei, I remember very well, joined the President Kufuor administration before he came to this house. And when he came to the house, even as a first timer, the Speaker, he was also the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance, assisting our other colleague, then the late Honorable Bawuredu. And the Speaker, he's got the opportunity to sit on both sides of the House. And you could see his experience was very immense. You know, it's very much easier when you're in opposition. All you try to do is just criticize and sometimes obstruct. But our colleague, having been in government during President Kufuor, when we were in opposition, and has faced a lot of challenges with opposition, then we in opposition. When we came into government and he became the ranking on finance, I'm sure my colleague, Honorable Honorable Aveji, James Aveji, our minority leader, Honorable Atufosi, and many others who attest to the fact that he was very, very useful to this house. Yes, he raised his objection very strongly. He will point out where he thinks things are not right very, very strongly. But he understood that beyond all this, we need to have the wheel of government running. And we need to get the house equally running. And I must say, he was very, very hardworking.
Yeah, I recall the occasions when I'd gone to see Terry and I'd asked for him to do some magic, literally. Make sure that some money came from wherever. And he would say to me, Katie, but we don't have a lot of money for this purpose. No, Terry, you make sure that there's something that could be given. The pictorial framework I'm looking at now is when it would turn to the budget statement, to the book, and I was telling the now minority leader how Dr. Kutu used to do it, because I didn't understand what it was. I didn't even appreciate that the table at the back of the budget statement actually showed the specific numbers and the various allocations. So Dr. Kutu would always go to the back there with the Speaker, run through a few things and find some money from there. Mr. Speaker, I would subsequently be telling Professor Jambafo that he shouldn't be just sitting in there when I came in to ask for some money. He should be looking at the back of the document, because that's where Dr. Kutu told me the money was. So you should look there, and Mr. Speaker, get me some money. He was a good man. And let me tell you, one incident that took place between the two of us, and that actually goes for everyone in this house. Those who gossip, they must know the system of gossiping. They must know how they deal with issues. I'd heard about a little gossip. Goes for everybody. It had to do with him. It was a gossip. I went straight to him. I am so careful whenever I make any point, I remember specifically the occasion where I divulge anything. So anything that happens on the back of that, I know exactly where the footprint is. Because so I told him this. Then subsequently, somebody came to me and attacked me. Look, You have been gossiping and you have been saying A, B, C, D about this person and that person and this person, and you have been saying this about me. Mr. Speaker, immediately I dropped the person in their truck and said to them, follow me. They didn't know where we were going, but they were calm, casual. So I walked them straight to the office of Dr. Koto in the Parliament House here and said to them, this is the person who gave you this information. Both of them broke into laughter. They couldn't believe it. It was, how do you know that he was the person who told me? I said, he's the one human being on earth that I have made this statement to. It couldn't have come from anywhere else. He had to agree, yes, I told this person about this matter. And we settled the matter there and then. He was a very good person. He knew his job. He didn't take his friends for granted. He didn't take life lightly. Of course, life wasn't all that for him. Work and work and work. He enjoyed himself.
I was always looking forward to Dr. Koto's contribution to the budget. You would learn from him. It was a delight to listen to him analyze the budget even from then. But there's one thing which, as has been confirmed by the Honorable Muntaka, that in spite of our differences, governance must go on. That was always his position. I recall when there was a bill about Bank of Ghana financing government, and we on this side were arguing that it should be zero. He was out of the chamber. When he came in, he asked us why we were voting against the policy. We said, oh, government must generate a revenue. And he pointed us to the American Central Bank, that when their banks failed, did the government not intervene? If there was no policy supporting that, could they have done that? So we should make room when there's a failure for the central government to come in and support the country. Quickly, we all changed our minds and supported the government policy. So I think we have a lot to learn from our late brother, Honorable Koto, say about, in the end, our differences notwithstanding, we want government to succeed and government to go on. There's something somebody said, that he said he would not contest again because his wife is not well. Incidentally, many of us dedicate our entire life to the work here and to our constituency. Our families suffer for the things and the achievements that we tout, that we have achieved. Indeed, those achievements are at the expense of our families, our wives and children. And it's a pity that he lost his wife, and within a short period after, he has also lost his wife. Nobody rewards you for that. Finally, everybody is talking about how he relates, but there's also another example of some of the things that I think personally, that we tend to be too mean to one another. As politicians, as MPs, we tend to be mean to one another. Probably what has happened this week. The MP we have lost just the morning, the night before he was with us, the following morning he could not talk, and soon after he's gone. If there was anything anybody else could have done for him at that moment, we would run to. But the night before, if we had asked for assistance, we probably may not have given him attention. That's how mean we are.
President Akufo-Addo's response to a question posed on LGBTQ by the Vice President of the United States of America Kamala Harris on Monday has brought up a whole lot of conversations on the matter. Now we are out here asking people that what do you think the president's response exactly should have been? Do you think he should have been more assertive to tell the vice president that no or yes, Ghana is going to accept LGBT? Let's quickly go on and find out from the people.
The bill is in Parliament, and I believe it's a duty of the parliamentarians to work on it. And he's saying that maybe after when a bill is passed, maybe he will see what he can do. And I don't think he has anything to do when the bill is passed, if it's against the LGBTQ. And I watched the interview, I think he said, I think maybe ahead of maybe intervening in it, right? So like that particular way, that intervening, I think I don't agree with Mr. President. Because first of all, he said the bill is at the Parliament, right? They are debating on it. And so when they are debating on it, when the bill is done, when you intervene, so you are intervening us in a negative perspective or in a positive perspective, they get it. Because those are the Parliament, they are matured enough to know what is right and wrong. They get it. So after their decision, I think it will favor the whole Ghana. That's why they've taken that decision. They get it. So when you are saying you intervene as in, do you get it? So with that, I think I don't make I'm nowhere in the century, Mr. President.
They should not accept it. Me, myself, I'm not agree. If there's any question. Is it good as a Christian can adopt that, useless things like this in this Ghana? Christian country like this, we will not accept it. That is my point. That is my point of view.
Okay, so what do you think the president should do?
He should withdraw. He should withdraw from it. Yes.
You know, President Awaba Omenu, Nkrofo Abako. Na yebisa saa nipa na abetena konwa so da se. Saa sema abe nei. On adwen ne sen on kire won say ha eyibusuo mayen enti ye mpe enti ahwa na on pack won am nko enti so no nkrofo hu na adwen enti na ma nkrofo bi ebo ho ekoye saa de no Parliament because on hu say ayade a na nije ho na o man ye chiri enti na ma on ye saa enti metumi no metumi hu say on no pe o so yan adwen ahwe na mu enye yi don't find us. Menen in Yadrin, I just a president, no I and Adrian said, or Besor just had in the tomb, or my memo HD. And no one on Courtney baby.
So basically, what he's saying is that the push of the president suggests that he wants LGBTQ to be approved in Ghana. And as a Ghanaian, he doesn't think that is the right way to go, and he does not agree with the president saying we should wait for Parliament to discuss or deliberate on the bill and see what will come out of the passage.
Sir, asem we dey ya na ne kan ayetin. To say ya yeti atire a ye ni aban mu no. Ya dwen ye different from omo aban mu no. Let's say omo nim dodo sen ye. So what you say? Omunim dodo say enti say president no matter comment onim ba be free. What you say? Anunti na parliament wo ho. Or minority and then majority. Enti so I say enjoy parliament na omun discussing ya. I think that there is nothing wrong with it. And I menya sure say parliament discuss we ya. Me van say dodo no kopene so. Say law no yem pass. Krana esan say dodo no apne so nti president ntimi approve but let's wait so say parliament be approve na yen see the president and I don't think say the president will be allow sir at the end it is based on the president ne be can you say be judge am say be wrong
BBC no we simple me ebema me bra we so ebema o yo ba onyonko ba ho o se na ho ya akono yi mintimi me fa o se mintimi me fa me bra peni se me ne ko yesa ade no Into a nice guy, say, be a banana, my best soap. Oh, no forward to meet me no mango, all right. But I mean, think of a bear, I say, many bear my quit. Say, Obeja to Nasicabo, mining, no mine who ain't training quadia. Me me fuaso onjin tum ogituma omo ombe no before no nkofo ye deda anambua nkofo ye deda nti opa onjin tum se scam be ba ma oman no ye won hianya ye de a e okay onjin tum ogitumu wanja ntum meme nkofa be ma sem ne koda wati ase na also be so na open na akofo ba so ni be lobi dia mama sem me be ma zimi nkofa mnyanko Semi the other, Bema Tumbai, Bema Nino we come a Shemenuma, a Funsa, Medako for Bema say, there be. Sikan him now, young battery, yeah, and the Kayanga Sababe to know flat house.
So what he's also saying is that he doesn't have any problem with people wanting to be gay, lesbian, or part of the LGBT community. As for him, he will not be part of LGBT. But if the president thinks that accepting the LGBTQ in Ghana will make Ghana better or bring more foreign aid to Ghana, then he agrees. But if it doesn't, then he doesn't think that it should be accepted. So after speaking to a number of people, they believe that the president should have just gone ahead to tell the Vice President of America that Ghana will not accept LGBTQ. Others also believe that what he said was right. He wants to leave it to Parliament to make the decision. Some others also believe that if accepting LGBTQ will bring some good money or foreign aid to Ghana, then why not? My name is Stella J. Jong-Sogli for GhanaWeb TV.
Has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak. And therefore, I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. Looking at the turnout, I'm
I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only host it within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So,
what more do you think?
Looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. So there's no particular one person to do.
The parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Yes. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, starting our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's still 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government and I'll give some to we the citizens.
Why would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders. And they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates?
Francis Adenmo as president of Ghana. First of all, how many ministers do you think Ghana needs if you were president?
I think we should be able to work around a total of 60 ministers.
60?
Yes.
Is that really practical?
Why not? Why not? After all, currently we have 16 regions. So you have 16 regional ministers. Then we have to talk about the sectorial ministries. So you have to look at the various sectors. Currently, which of the ministries can you merge that you can still have one minister and maybe 2 or 3 deputy ministers, and you merge the sector together. And so I believe that we can scale the numbers down. And me, my background as a public administrator, as well as an engineer, you should be able to have a framework that will define and have such a minimal number of ministerial appointments under my watch. At the end, it is about effectiveness and efficiency so that they will deliver and help you, the president, to achieve the goals that you have set for the country.
Now, still as president, what would you say about the subject about legalizing marijuana, for instance?
Well,
because a lot of economies around the world are actually cashing in from the legalization.
Well, I will need to consult all my experts, those in the health sector, those in the legal environment, because this is a heavy loaded question that I cannot just speak to it. I need advice and the recommendation from the experts, those from the health, the legal, and from the agri sector or whichever. That's what can be done about this. That this is a suggestion. Look at it, advise me, the merits and the demerits of that. And the merits and the demerits will look at the financials, the technical, the health, the social aspect of it. And then looking at the framework, that should be able to help me to take a decision.
So that's something you could consider?
Well, why not? Because anything that should inure to the benefit of the country, to the citizens, it should be something that should inure to the benefit of the country. And inuring to the benefit of the country means that the citizens will be happy about the happiness of the citizens. That issue will contribute to that. So you have to look at it, because you are a leader, you are seeking the welfare of your people. Anything that will bring a satisfactory enhancement in the welfare of the people, why would you want to put it aside? No, but to pursue it.
Where do you want to see Ghana in the next 5 to 10 years? Where exactly?
In the next 5 to 10 years, we should bring our debt level to a sustainable portion of maybe 50% to our debt GDP ratio to about 50%. In that case, we'll have more resources on our hands, prudently utilize them, the scarce resources we have, to develop our infrastructure, to develop our human capital. And until we are able to control our current debt situation and bring it to that level, we'll have a lot of challenges. Today, as you drive around in town, in the city of Accra, even traffic lights, some traffic lights do not function. This shouldn't be a situation that should happen to Ghana, because we should have gone past this situation many years ago. So signalization of our intersections should be something that should be able to function 24/7. You see our road network, the rate of deterioration. And maintenance of it has to be done. Otherwise, the movement of people and goods at a point in time from one place to another will be extremely difficult. And the cost will be high for us, because vehicle owners will be crying for increase in fares because their vehicle operating costs will go high. Spare parts will increase. The cost of spare parts will increase. So we need to look at our infrastructure and build it.
Okay. I'm taking you back to the seat of, of president, because that's where the whole campaign is headed at. How would you handle the issues of corruption? The recent corruption perceptions index didn't paint the government really well.
Eche,
how would you handle it differently?
I know now these days people even don't want to talk about corruption. And if you talk about corruption, people now don't have that interest in that subject matter. And many people will say, but you are all the same. You are all the same. So the perception of corruption, I believe accountability is one of my 7-point policy plan for the country. And so we have to scrutinize government expenditure. Improving our public service delivery is also one of it, where waste, will make sure that we reduce waste in the public sector. So on the question of corruption, as you've been saying, we have to allow the government machinery to work. We also need to talk about it to our citizens, to all Ghanaians, to have a mindset that seeks that we want to sanitize the system. It wouldn't be only the president. The president as a leader, and if I secure that opportunity, I have to demonstrate that with my personal character and the decisions that I will be taking in my government. But as I said, first, we need as a country to talk about it at every level. At every level. 2, our children going to school, we have to inculcate in them the need for patriotism. The need to ensure that state resources are kept wisely, prudently, no abuse of power, no abuse of power, no conflict of interest in public administration or in public service delivery. These things we have to teach.
So you believe that a collective approach.
Third one is that we have to allow the law to work. If somebody goes against the law and the person is culpable, the necessary punishment must be meted out after going through due process.
All right. This is Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. We are with Honorable Francis Adenimo, who wants to become the MPP flag bearer. When we return, we'll talk more. Thank you for staying with us here on GhanaWeb TV. we're with Honorable Francis Adenimo. Now, Honorable, you have some 7 pointers. You believe these are, and you mentioned there's an 8th one, which we'll get to know about much later. You believe these are the pointers to transform the country. Let's take them one by one.
Okay.
The first, second, third, and fourth, everything.
Well, let me, as I was outlining them, the first is on agriculture and food security. So as a nation, we should be able to grow and feed ourselves without recourse to import of food items. 2, we have to ensure that our people are educated and they have technical, vocational, and skills, either to work for themselves or to work for private companies or to work for government.
Okay.
3 is health. And we believe, under my watch with my team, we believe in prevention is better than to cure. So prevention aspect of our health service delivery, we will pursue. Let me, one example is about malaria. Malaria can be prevented. We know the source of malaria. So if the mosquito can be eliminated, then we will not have malaria. In that case, we will have a lot of foreign exchange savings, which hitherto should be used to import malaria drugs for treatment. So that is on health. Then the 4th point, having eaten, gone to school, you are in good health, you need employment and entrepreneurship. And that is the 4th one. So everybody should be on board to find something to do, to work. And in terms of employment, we'll look at how we will make agriculture lucrative to the young ones. For some of the young people, they think if you are doing farming, then you should be a poor person before you go into farming.
Otherwise, there's a perception that agriculture is not even lucrative enough.
But it is. Even me, myself, I try to farm about 30, 40 acres of maize twice a year. And this year, by March to April, I'll be preparing my land to plow about 35 acres to grow maize on it. And if I'm able to harvest about 300-400 mini bags or maxi bags, and currently a bag of maize is in the neighborhood of maybe 500 to 600 Ghana cedis. You do the computation and you see, then you deduct your cost of inputs, the plowing, your fertilizer application, your labor and all that. You can make something reasonable. So employment and entrepreneurship is the 4th one. Then the 5th one is enhancing our infrastructure for the country, which I mentioned about our road network, our water systems, our housing, our energy. We need to enhance all these things. And then under the infrastructure, the maintenance culture will be a key part. But we tend to put up magnificent infrastructure.
There's always the issue of
and after
maintenance.
some years, we allow it to deteriorate and we cannot maintain. So maintenance will be a key thing that we will pursue.
Okay.
And then abandoned projects for many years from various governments in the past. We should be able to complete all abandoned projects because they are investments that have been made. But if they have not come to their full completion, we will not see the benefits of those projects to the Ghanaian people. Meanwhile, it is the benefits that we are looking for. For most sectors, when you go, you notice that projects have been abandoned from so many years from previous administrations or governments, whether military government or civilian government, where we need to be able to complete all these projects. Then we know that the investment that has been made in those projects has been useful to the good people of Ghana. Then the 6th one is enhancing and improving public sector culture and service. You know, over there, the principles of the science of public administration, which will suggest that government must be resource-oriented, government must be market-oriented, government must be focused to deliver a service as if it is from the private sector. Because we say that the private sector is the engine of growth. But the private sector will thrive if you have an effective and efficient public sector. Then the private sector can take advantage and also grow. So we need to introduce measures where we can have a situation that we are reinventing government by way of rationalization of our public sector workers. Is key. The number of ministerial or political appointment is also part of, that arrangement. It will be captured also there. So from the very initial appointment that will be made, it will give indication how we want the public sector to run. And with that effective and efficient public sector, I bet you the private sector will thrive and thrive well. We have a lot of young ones who can also go into consultancy. They are professionals. They complete, and then the knowledge that they have acquired from their various fields, they can't apply because of the current situation that we have. So the sixth one, as I mentioned, is on enhancing and improving the public sector culture and services. And then the seventh one is on the accountability. And accountability requires scrutiny. And I gave you the areas, reorienting our minds as a people, that we want our society to be corrupt-free, or we should reduce corruption. But when we talk about corruption, stealing is not corruption. Stealing is not corruption. If you steal that one, you are caught. It's a criminal offense. Causing financial loss to the state, abuse of power, conflict of interest, inflation, what is the word? Public sector procurement processes that could be abused from various things. So the scrutiny will ensure that we get value for money in our procurement process.
Very elaborate.
Yes.
Now let's interrogate.
But for the eighth one, as I said,
yes, we will hear about the eighth one.
It is reserved
we hope
until
to
sometime
come
next
back
year.
to speak to you about the eighth one much later. But let's do some interrogations. You speak about agriculture a lot. Now, first of all, imports. How do we deal with the issue of importation? I want practicality here. How do you practically deal with?
And allow me to give you an equation. Our gross domestic product, GDP, is equal to government expenditure plus consumption plus investment plus the sum effect of export minus import. If your import is more than your export, then it becomes a negative, and that will affect your GDP. But if your export is more than your import, then you have a positive effect, and that increases your GDP in the equation. So to answer your question, how do we deal with imports? You have to take it sector by sector. On agriculture, if we have to feed ourselves, our protein needs, our carbohydrate needs, our vegetables and fruit needs, we should be able to grow them. If we are able to do that, then we can eliminate importation of rice. Because all that goes into the equation. Now we are importing turkey, frozen turkey, and even poultry. We are also importing poultry, isn't it? We import fish. Now, even these days, I'm told that we import vegetables, onions, garden eggs or what. But these are all items that we can grow in our country. So why don't we focus on that If even we focus on that in terms of agriculture, we can make so much foreign exchange savings.
Also on agriculture. Now, if you want to encourage people to go into agriculture, there's a bigger menace issue about the destruction of our land through Galamsey.
Yes.
How differently can you tackle this to ensure that our land is safe for us to be able to plant?
Sure. I know the situation of Galamsey. God has given us natural resources which we have to explore and exploit for the benefit of the citizens. But whilst exploring and exploiting, it should not be the avenue to also destroy other parts of the environment. In this case, the forests and our river bodies. And so, it is how we manage the system. Whilst we are exploring and exploiting the natural resources, gold, bauxite, manganese, and the rest that we have in our country, we should also ensure technically that we do not destroy the other aspects of the environment that we should coexist in. So on agriculture, we should be able to identify the various areas that we can grow certain crops for our use. We know that in water region, we can grow rice in certain places in water region, the Afife area. The same manner, Aveime. If you go to the Nasia Basin in the north, it's a fertile area for rice production. You know, if you talk about maize, my own area, Mampong, Ejura, Nkranza, Atebubu, Kwame Danso areas there. So it is to do it and make sure that the yield that we get from these things is substantial for us. It's better to produce in abundance. Have it in abundance. Everybody have something to eat, and some will go to waste, and not to produce in abundance, and there will be hunger.
Now you spoke about abandoned projects. I want to know how that would work for you, especially when a government comes into office and you would have to run with what you have on paper and then trying to complete abandoned projects. How do you balance that?
Yeah, we'll balance it because we'll communicate clearly to Ghanaians that we want to ensure the completion of all abandoned projects. First, that communication will be clear. And so it should not be taking that issue of I started this one, this person started, why you go and do yours, you know. It is the politics of it. But at the end of the day, if a project has been left undone, who are the sufferers? It's the ordinary Ghanaian people. The politics of it will not help us. So for me, the first thing is to communicate. And even in the manifesto that we will present to the good people of this country, we will communicate clearly that all abandoned public sector projects will be revived, will be reviewed and revived for completion appropriately. Then new projects will also commence in the same way. And so in the first 6 months, under my watch, my team, my good self, we will do a lot of consulting work to review all these projects. We do all consulting work to review all these projects. Then we get to know the investment level or financial capital outlay that will be required for their completion. So from the second half of my first year's administration, then we should be looking at getting contractors to go on tender for some of these projects.
Okay.
Yes. So the timelines will be clearly spelled out without any ambiguity.
I'll take you back
because
to
my own professional background, I will bring it to bear in my office as the President of the Republic.
All right. I'll take you back to the campaign trail. Now, we know how politics is here. Do you believe that a lot of delegates are bots? And how would you handle that? Because you get into a campaign where there will be issues of monies going around. How do you deal with that? And this is something that is really, really evident.
Eche, I know we are all concerned about our democracy, that we do not our democracy to be based on monocracy. Okay. I also believe in the ingenuity of Ghanaians, that Ghanaians are up to the task. When they realize that you are in the game for the purchase of their mind, yes, they will get the inducement, they will take it, but on the day, they will show you where they think who qualifies, who is morally fit, and who can do the job. So, the concern about the surviving of our democracy so that monocracy does not take over, we all share that concern. And we need to educate our people. Delegates are not people who have come from different planets to live on earth. They are our own brothers, sisters, relatives, friends. We know them. They are also human beings. We are all Ghanaians. Except that some have gotten the chance to be executives within the party, either as polling station executives or electoral area coordinators or constituency executives or regional executives or national executives. It's just an opportunity, but they are human beings.
Okay.
So we need to talk in clarity or with clarity to them. Look, the first and foremost thing I know that our brothers and sisters who are delegates will look for is the acceptability of you, the person, as their leader.
So money won't even drive them.
I'll come to that point. It's your acceptability. They must have the confidence and they must accept you that, yes, the position you are looking for, you qualify. 1. 2, you are morally fit. 3, you can deliver when given the opportunity to occupy that position. So they will assess every individual. As you talk, as you walk, as you do your things, they will be carrying the assessment. It is not that you must be aggressive in talking and I will do no. Good leadership, effective and efficient quality leadership will come with precision.
So you don't think it's really about the money?
There could be some influence, some monetary influence. But the ultimate factor for delegates to decide as to who should be the person to occupy the position, and in this case, the flag bearership, will not be monetary inducement.
Quick one. Which one are you
in
for?
our party now? There are about 208,000 people who are delegates and who will be voting to elect the flag bearer. How much can you give to each of the 208,000 delegates? Assuming you pick 100,000 delegates, how much can you give to each person of the 100,000? That will transform the life of that person over a certain period of time.
Okay, so it's clear you don't agree that the monetary aspect outweighs all the other things. But which one are you for?
Acceptability is first, and then the monetary thing is just motivation. If I'm motivating you that take maybe 20 cedis, 30 cedis, 40 cedis, 50 cedis to buy water for and then to use as your TNT to go and cast your ballot. That is not the money I'm giving to you with the intention that I am putting quote, I want to buy you.
So that's TNT. But I just want to know, which are you for, an early Congress or not, and why? Just quickly.
Well, this issue doesn't even arise. I don't know why all of a sudden people are talking about early Congress in MPP, a late Congress also. We have only one reference point that we can make, and that is 2007. 2007, MPP was in government. J. Kufuor was the president. The election of the flag bearer was held in December 2007 at Legon. So if we want to make any reference, That is the only reference we have. Today, Nana Akufo-Addo is the president. MPP is in government. By our constitutional provision, not later than 11 months to the next general elections, we should have our flag bearer. So for me, I believe within the last quarter of 2023, either October, November, or December, we will have, I believe we should have the flag bearer. I will not support any decision that will take the flag bearership beyond December 2023 into 2024. No, that one I will not support.
Okay.
But within the last quarter, I will support. You see, we also need about 6 months for the whole process. When the General Secretary issues a statement that the nomination will be open, we need 6 months. People are going to pay huge sums of money as their filing fee. Give them time to be able to go run and campaign.
Okay.
You don't stifle them with time and go and give about 1 month, 2 months. Then you are telling them that we are only taking your money and maybe we have our own favorite. Otherwise, you must be free, fair, transparent with the process to elect the flag bearer.
Wonderful. Honorable, thank you very much. It's been a nice conversation we've had here. My name is Echi Atisu. You can get on GhanaWeb, www.ghanaweb.com for more news and any other information you need. Until next time, do stay safe.
Mr. Speaker, I read a joint statement
by my good self and the Honorable Roxy Nelson Dafiamako, calling on the University of Ghana to respect the ruling of the court and reinstate continuing students of the Commonwealth Hall. Mr. Speaker, I, Dr. Clement Abbas Apak, Member of Parliament for Butsa South, read this statement on behalf of the alumni of Commonwealth Hall, University of Ghana, who are members of this Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, our statement is a call on the University of Ghana to respect and abide by the law and reinstate continuing students of our legendary hall, also known as Vandal City. Mr. Speaker, by way of background, the Commonwealth Hall is the most popular hall of the 5 traditional halls of the University of Ghana, and the only all-male of the university. It is the 3rd hall constructed at the university to provide accommodation for students of the school, following the 1st, Legon Hall, and the 2nd, Ekwafu Hall. Commonwealth Hall got its name after Ghana gained independence from Great Britain in 1957, after the first batch of students were admitted into the hall at the beginning of 1956-57 academic year. Our hall was officially named in line with Ghana's admission into the Commonwealth of Nations and was subsequently officially launched in March 1957. Mr. Speaker, the motto of Commonwealth Hall is "Troop Stance," the phrase taken from the quotation from John Donne's Satire 3 poem, a line which reads, quote, "On a huge hill, craig and steep, troop stands, and he that would reach her, about must, and about must go," unquote. Members of Commonwealth Hall call ourselves vandals. A vandal in Commonwealth Hall membership terms is an abbreviation that describes the attributes of members of the hall, past, present, and future. Our acronym, VANDA, stands for vivacious, V, affable, A, neighborly, N, devoted, D, altruistic, A, and L for loyals. Mr. Speaker, we believe that vandalism is a way of life that promotes respect for all without any prejudice, and is the highest form of religion or culture that promotes fairness, equality, freedom, and justice for all. We are known for representing the voices of the voiceless, the marginalized, and the least privileged in society. We pride ourselves with leadership qualities. Mr. Speaker, following the decision by the management of the University of Ghana to remove all continuing students who resided in the Commonwealth Hall and to replace same with freshers and graduate students, some students of the Commonwealth Hall sought redress in court. Mr. Speaker, in the main, in order that justice will be served, the Commercial Division of the High Court on the 6th of January 2023 granted an ex parte application for interlocutory injunction to the students, here referred to as plaintiffs and applicants, and ordered the previous agents, workmen, and all persons working under the instruction to refrain from implementing the decision of the Respondents' Residence Board taken at its meeting held on the 26th of October 2022 in respect of the residential policy affecting continuing students of the Commonwealth Hall for 10 days. The court further ordered the applicants to repeat the application on notice after the expiration of the 10 days. After having heard both parties, following the application of notice by the applicants, the court on the 9th of February 2023 repeated the earlier reinstating order and added that it was to last until the final determination of the case. Mr. Speaker, the order was an express statement that the status quo prior to the decision made by the respondents' residential board on the 26th of October was to be maintained until the substantive matter was determined. Mr. Speaker, to date, this order has been flagrantly disregarded as though same was not granted and ordered. Since the granting of this order, the management of the University of Ghana have refused to act in accordance with the dictates of the order. The police and other allied security personnel have been employed by the management of the University of Ghana to frustrate the efforts being made by the students to call attention to the management of the university to obey the order of the court and to reinstate them. As an institution of higher learning, and especially as Ghana's foremost university, one could not expect less from the University of Ghana with regards to the discipline where the law so commands. By this statement, Mr. Speaker, we, the alumni of Commonwealth Hall, known popularly as Old Vandals, in the Parliament of Ghana, back calls by associations and individuals who have called on the management of the University of Ghana to heed the decision of the court and to ensure that continuing students who resided in Commonwealth Hall are reinstated to provide them the peace of mind for the academic activities pending the final determination of the case. The continuous refusal of the management of the University of Ghana to reinstate the affected students as ordered by the court is unacceptable, unlawful, and must not be countenanced. Mr. Speaker, we call on you and this august house to join us and all well-meaning Ghanaians to impress upon the University of Ghana to do the needful by respecting the laws of the land.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton, a man in Quine Baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
I feel like having a child is more heavy than a marriage.
Having a child?
Yeah, having a child is like it's a responsibility between two people that no matter what you have to uphold, you know, more than holding a marriage together.
Welcome back, guys. This is part 2 of my conversation with One Love the Kobolo. You don't need no introduction. We were talking about how he actually, was a pro-gay activist and, doing all the things needed to promote the gay rights. We wanted to understand, and also he spoke a bit about his music. Today, we are talking about his family and other questions. This man is actually someone who has a name in the media industry. I'm looking at One Love now. He's looking into the skies. But anyways, I still need to finish my intro. He is someone who has too many stories to tell. I think I have to keep it as that. And he's going to tell us the details. And now, my name is Doreen Abanma Abaya. One Love.
Yes, Doreen.
Why are you smiling like that?
No, I was listening to you and I was thinking about the details and I was...
Yeah, the details.
Yeah, I was just listening to you.
Because our last conversation actually ended with you, talking about your daughter being infatuated about another girl.
Yeah, who knows? Like, so she said she likes this girl, and of course it's innocent love.
Yeah.
I don't know what goes on in Denmark society at what age.
Oh, that daughter's in Denmark.
Yeah.
Because we actually can keep tabs of the number of children. So now let me ask you, One Love, in 2019, it was reported that you had 8 children from 5 different women. In 2023, how many children do you have with how many women?
Wow, I haven't been having children. It's just 10 now. But
you said I haven't been having children.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. It's just 10. So I guess it's COVID.
10 now. COVID stopped you.
It slowed me a bit.
Hey.
Yeah.
How many children do you want to have?
I don't want to have any children.
Hey, any more?
Not anymore. I never wanted to. I never planned to have children.
You just decided to,
No, I didn't decide. I mean, some of my children later, my first couple of children were just like, they came. And then some of them later were planned.
Yeah.
And, and it will keep going like that. Some will be planned, some will not be planned. Yeah.
How old is your oldest child? And is it a boy or a girl?
Obi will be turning 17.
Whoa!
In April.
A boy or a girl?
Obi is a boy.
Oh wow! Very soon, gonna be of legal age.
But my oldest child is actually 18. She's my stepdaughter. But so my third child's mother already had a daughter.
Oh.
When we had our first child together, she had a daughter.
That's Obi.
No, that's a different. No,
One
Obi is the boy, which is turning 17.
17.
Yeah. But I have a daughter called Deborah, who is 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
One Love, your story, it's really interesting.
Really?
I'm telling you.
It sounds like a normal story of ovaries and sperms and stuff.
Ovaries and sperms. Just, having the babies. And
Can you say sperms on TV, on this interview?
Can we say it on TV?
Because one of your producers said you can't say toilet.
Did you hear him? He said
If you slur it, it's fine.
Yeah, if you say it in the English, toilet.
Yeah,
toilet.
Oh, that's nice.
We said toilet. We didn't
it
say
even changes the smell.
Yeah. Hey.
The slang changes the smell. If you go somewhere it's like nasty, like let's say somewhere where it's a dump site, like Pantan or somewhere, and say, look at all this baller, you'll be hearing the scent in your head, boom, 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 boom. You say, oh my God, this is baller. Yeah, it's baller. The sense will be slim.
The sense is actually mild with that way, so baller.
Baller.
Anyway, we're baller. Me and One Love, we are balling here. Not the baller that he spoke about. We're balling here. And One Love, are you currently in a relationship?
With what?
With a human being.
What type? I think I'm in a relationship with every kind of... Like, I mean, I think you should ask the question more specifically.
Are you in a relationship with a woman?
What kind of relationship?
A serious one that can lead to marriage.
No. Marriage is not... When you say marriage, what kind of marriage? You mean like wedding and those things?
Yeah, wedding.
No.
You know, that's the only one I know, actually. Unless maybe you have other ones you can tell me about.
I feel like having a child is more heavy than a marriage.
Having a child?
Yeah, having a child is like it's a responsibility between two people that no matter what, you have to uphold, you know, more than holding a marriage together. Like, hey, we married in front of 100 people, oh, we can't stop. Like, having a child, that kind of marriage is superior to me than a wedding.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that means you'll never get married?
Not in that. I'm actually already married. I married for green card in America in 2006, but I never applied. I just left America and came. So I'm still legally married in America. But, yeah, it's just, yeah. In Kratasem. Yeah.
So it was just for the papers, but not like, you know, you had a traditional wedding here in Ghana, because I know, even talking about the traditional wedding and the wedding thing, you're not even interested. Your face actually tells me everything, and you've already mentioned it. But I just wanted to understand if One Love will ever get married.
Like I said, I'm already married, though.
Yeah, but that one was from Kratasem. You know, that one, people do it all the time.
No, I don't. Not in the, I think, in the way you are saying, and I don't think I'll dedicate my life to like some one person and be like, hey, me and you, this is like...
You can never do it.
I can't. It doesn't feel normal to me.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't feel normal.
It feels unnatural.
It feels unnatural to be dedicated to one person.
Yeah, it feels very unnatural. It's like an eggs and basket thing.
Hey. How did that come in? Eggs and
like
basket?
You don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Oh.
So your emotional, your feelings, your dreams, you can't store it all on one hard drive.
Why? Were you had before?
Maybe I was when I was a child, but I've never been in a relationship before, like since I was a teenager, which has worried me, you know. I've trained myself to not go deep.
But what if you meet one person that actually wins your heart?
I don't know what will happen that one day, but what will happen, but I don't know.
What happen?
I can't imagine it.
Hey!
I can't. I can't imagine like I'm somewhere and I can't breathe or sleep or eat unless I see someone. I can't imagine it.
Then what message do you have for all those who are in love with, you know, one woman? Because you can't see yourself like that.
Maybe they're happy, then I'm happy for them. But I can't.
But it's never one love. Lie.
And I know a lot of people who are also like that, because your vibe attracts your tribe, you know. So I have friends that come over that are in different relationships and so on, and I have very interesting encounters with people in my life because of the path I've chosen. And according to the Bible and stuff, I'll surely be crossing my leg somewhere in hell when I'm done. Oh, I'm joking, but yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, we all know One Love Kobolo, what you're up to, who the real guy is, because he's a non, you know, how do I put it? You don't care about anything. You live your free life.
I would not have baffed. If I didn't care, I would have come here without bathing.
Well, love, that's one of the basic things.
When I got down, I said I put water in my hair. So I care about things.
You care about the little things that, you know, people
there are
find
things
trivial.
I care about a lot of things, but you know.
Well, I was actually trying to connect it to something, but you decided to stop me. I care about things. Of course I don't. But anyways, so One Love. What's one very shocking thing, you know? Oh, I know you don't care about a lot of things.
Yeah.
But what's one very shocking thing you've heard, like a rumor about you? And you're like, who sat down to cook this up? How can they even say that about me? And
rumor.
Yeah. you know it's not true, but it's out there. Like One Love this, One Love has done that.
I mean, before I started smoking, people used to think I smoked all the time.
And how long ago did you start smoking, if I may
Like
ask?
4 or 5 years, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say it's recent, but it's...
Yeah, but for a long time. But I can't think of any rumors like that. I don't think people make up things about me because I think that my fact is stranger than the fiction they can they can create.
What do you mean by that?
The fact of my life, the reality is stranger than the stories people can create about me.
That means your life is already open. So what else have you got to say?
Yeah.
It's already out there.
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Quite interesting. And would you say you're somebody who can be easily provoked if somebody actually tries to trigger you?
Yeah, it depends on what tool they are using to do the provocation.
Can you give me an example of some things that can actually trigger you? Because we know you as a very carefree person.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody comes in here and they're trying to like bother me or like destabilize my emotion or whatever, like trying to just be an idiot, I would just like chill till I find my way out. Like, I'm not into that. But if they're bothering someone else, I become defensive quicker. Like, what is this? What are you doing? Leave the person alone.
And have there been any instance where, you know, it happened and you had to go all out and go crazy on the person?
Yeah, I once had to fight a security team in Osu because I was going backstage to an event with a friend and who wanted to see Panji Anoff, who was backstage with J.W. Ambule and a few people. And at the security line, I was like, oh, I'm with this person, we're going backstage. And the security was like, no, I'm not going to let them come backstage because they could be an armed robber. And I was like, this is somebody I know, and why am I bringing an armed robber backstage? Like, what kind of statement? Yeah, he doesn't care, but if I don't move from there, he's going to push all of us away. And that just made me, like, lose my mind. Yeah, so...
What did you do?
A few things.
Can you share with us?
Oh.
Because this One Love
it was giddy giddy. Let's just say there was
giddy giddy.
Yeah, and that was it. So when people I'm with are being like, you know, picked on or something, I just feel like it's so unnecessary.
Right.
And I react to that more than to myself when it's directed to me.
That means you feel the pain of others more than you do. Actually.
No, I do feel mine, but I know how to logically, you know, like
tune off,
cancel what is happening around me, to just like think about the person and be like, maybe this person is going through something, and just like, you know, come more from an empathetic place. So just like I'm feeling for the person which is being oppressed, in a situation where somebody is being oppressive to me, I feel it's just because they are being oppressed by something in their life, right? So why should I also like join in their oppression if I can just meander out of it?
Well, that will bring me to my final question.
Which is? Yours. I'm losing. I'm losing.
What do you think about the current state of the economy, Ghana?
I think that like all Ghanaian youths and people who are youthful in the mind, you can be 70 and still be a youth, should just come together and plan to steal the money from all the banks, like the banks connected to the governments, go and rob all of them and share the money in Ghana. That's what I feel, because the banks are stealing. They're stealing from us. And
why did they rob you?
They are stealing from us. Like, let me just say that. They just, I mean, it's robbery. Like, you send a certain amount of money in a certain direction, a transaction, they take such a huge, and I'm not talking about e-levy or something, I'm talking about exchange rates and different things.
But then about the government.
And of course, people's pensions and all that. Come on. Like, people are going through a lot. And I feel like because our food tastes good, we don't like rebel. We don't riot. Because if you have, no matter how angry you are thinking like, Charlie, there's some chop bar. By this time, Charlie, they finish pounding the fufu. Then you cool down, you know. So until we run out of salt and pakushito and stuff, I think that we'll still allow them to trample on our lives.
Right.
Years.
But before we go, can you give me some of your songs? You know, just
Like from my pockets
sing.
or what?
No, not give me like metronome. Sing something.
I'm not like romantic like that, and I'm also hungry. Let me see, what can I do?
Which one can you actually give us? You know, serenade us with something. Really
Serenade?
Nice. Yeah, serenade us with something.
If I had a guitar or something, I would do that.
At least you have some of your songs on your 13, you know, album. You know, someone.
Maybe I'll do a rap, but I have to get my things. I didn't want to say I'm gonna get my balls until you saw the balls, so that you won't be confused.
Not the balls you're thinking about. These
Yeah,
are the
people
balls.
would have thought about any other balls, you know, basketball, golf balls.
Today you actually tried to bring out the worst in me, but I'm not gonna.
Oh really? I tried.
Yeah, you tried.
Ping pong balls. Chilinsa balls. There's many balls.
Too many balls.
But these are noisy balls called kushka.
Kushka.
Yeah. So this song is called Chop Time. It's just a fun song to rap, and I feel like it's just me trying to just capture and share some Ghanaianisms or Ghanaian energy.
Yeah.
Right? Chop time. No friends. Dinky diggy dinky dinky. About 10, there 10. Dinky diggy. September born, no go do me April fool. Promoters try use me like some tool. Have a look at the beta, so I say come cool. Dive in the crowd like a swimming pool. Ow, no can do. What a chimpanzee can do, baboon can do. But a panda can't feed a baboon bamboo. Chewing stickers from media, that will do. You know better than me cause you brush your teeth with shampoo. Kakadoodoo, Scooby-Dooby-Doo and do the do. Oh, by the way, I do like your hairdo. I don't feel good, but can you be my boo? Oh. But I love you, your beautiful face and your review. No go make a word from the keep the preview. Chop time.
No friends.
No friends. About 10, 10, 10. Chop time. No friends. About 10, 10. Same MC who brought you Chinese cooking. Ever seen a Japanese eating ice cream cake? Okay. You be there. You don't know what's going on over here. The government just wants you to fear. Before vendetta will appear. Oh my, oh dear. Don't stand in the road like some deer. Catch them like rhinoceros. Bite like hippopotamus. Famous, yes, where is my money? Busy bee, where is your honey? Beat me like slave master. Me, I won't reach my grave faster. Pastor, am I sinning? Jesus, merry-go-round, are we spending time? No friend. Yeah.
What's the part of it? Part of it?
I was crumpling the bubbles in my neck. You know, sometimes like you get these bubbles.
Well, I don't want to do mine because you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know. One Love has this interesting way of actually making you smile non-stop.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. You do.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
I'm a smile inducer.
He has a way of making you smile non-stop, and this conversation has been interesting. Well, One Love just induced me. He just said it right now. He makes me smile like, you know, I don't have my head in the right place. And I'm really grateful I had him on set today. Thank you so much, One Love.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, because I'm really, you know, I'm really humbled for this experience and the music that you serenaded us with.
Oh.
And before anything else, guys, my name is Doreen Abanma Abaya. This is Talkatainment. See you next time.
President Akufo-Addo's response to a question posed on LGBTQ by the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, on Monday has brought up a whole lot of conversations on the matter. Now we are out here asking people that what do you think the president's response exactly should have been? Do you think he should have been more assertive to tell the vice president that no or yes, Ghana is going to accept LGBT? Let's quickly go on and find out from the people.
The bill is in Parliament, and I believe it's a duty of the parliamentarians to work on it. And he's saying that maybe after when a bill is passed, maybe he will see what he can do. And I don't think he has anything to do when the bill is passed, if it's against the LGBTQ. And I watched the interview, I think he said, maybe ahead of maybe intervening in it, right? Yes. So like that particular word, that intervening, I don't agree with Mr. President. Because first of all, he said the bill is at Parliament, right? They are debating on it. And so when they are debating on it, when the bill is done, when you intervene, so you are intervening us in a negative perspective or in a positive perspective, they get it. Because those are the Parliament, they are mature enough to know what is right and wrong. They get it. So after their decision, I think it will favor the whole Ghana. That's why they've taken that decision. They get it. So when you are saying you intervene as in, do you get it? So with that, I think I don't make I'm nowhere in the sanction, Mr. President.
They should not accept it. Me myself, I'm not agree. If there's any question, is it good as a Christian can adopt that? Useless things like this in this Ghana. Christian country like this, we will not accept it. That is my point. That is my point of view.
Okay, so what do you think the president should do?
He should withdraw. He should withdraw from it. Yes.
You know, President Awaba Omenu, Nkrofo Abako. Na yebisa sa nipa na abetena konwa so da se. Sa asema abe nei. On adwene ne sen on kire won se ha eyibusuo mayen enti yempe enti ahwa na on pack on ne amanko enti so no nkrofo hu na adwene enti na ma nkrofo bi ebo ho ekoye sa de call Parliament because on hu se ayade a na nije ho na o man ye kiri enti na ma on ye sa enti metumi no metumi se on no pe o fa yan adwene ahwe na mu enye yi don't find us in Menen Yadrin. I just a president, no iron adrin said, or Besor just had in the tomb, or my memo HD. And one on Courtney baby.
So basically, what he's saying is that the push of the president suggests that he wants LGBTQ to be approved in Ghana. And as a Ghanaian, he doesn't think that is the right way to go, and he does not agree with the president saying we should wait for Parliament to discuss or deliberate on the bill and see what will come out of the passage.
Sir, asem we dey ya na ne kan ayetin. To say yan ya tie tire a ye ni aban mu no. Ya dream ye different from omo aban mu no. Let's say omo nim dodo sen ye. So what you say? Omunim dodo say the president no matter comment onim baby free. What you say? I don't think a parliament or minority and then majority. And so I say enjoy parliament na omun discussing here. I think that there is nothing wrong with it. And I mean sure say the parliament discussing here. Me van say dodo no kopene so. Say law no yem pass. Krana esan said no happen so the president need me approve it. But let's wait so say Parliament be approve it. Now you see the president and I don't think say the president will be allowed sir at the it is based on the president can you say be judge am say be wrong.
BBC no we simple me bema me bra we so bema o yo ba onyonko ba ho o se na won ya akono yi mint mi be fa o se mint mi be fa me bra peni se me ne koye sa de no nti we nice guy say bia abena ma be so pe wo no forward to meet me no amengo all right ba mi tin go fa be ma say me ni be ma ko se obeji atum na sika be ba o man ni mu na o man ni ho enkyere ni nko ade a me de mefo aso onji ntum oji tum a omo on be ye no before no nkofo ye deda anambua nkofo ye deda nti opa onji ntum se sika be ba ma o man ni ye won hianya ye de a okay onji ntum oji tumu wanja ntumu meme nkofa be ma sem ne koda wati ase na also be so na open na ba kofo ba so ni be lobi dia mama sem be me be ma zimi ndin kofa mnyanko sem de de be ma tumba we be ma oni nufo we kama hyemenuma me fi sa me da kofo be ma se da bi sika nim na ya on be che ye dia ye hia ande nka yanga se ba betu no flat house
so what he's also saying is that he doesn't have any problem with people wanting to be gay, lesbian or part of the LGBT community. As for him, he will not be part of LGBT. But if the president thinks that accepting the LGBTQ in Ghana will make Ghana better or bring more foreign aid to Ghana, then he agrees. But if it doesn't, then he doesn't think that it should be accepted. So after speaking to a number of people, they believe that the president should have just gone ahead to tell the Vice President of America that Ghana will not accept LGBTQ. Others also believe that what he said was right. He wants to leave it to Parliament to make the decision. Some others also believe that if accepting LGBTQ will bring some good money or foreign aid to Ghana, then why not? My name is Stella J. Jomsogli for GhanaWeb TV.
Has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak, and therefore I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it's to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. Looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only host it within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. So there's no particular one person to do.
The parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Yes. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, starting our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's still 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we will improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government, and I'll give some to we the citizens.
How would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders, and they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wantonam, ya a man in Quine Baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it will take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
Right there.
We've witnessed a lot of marriages collapse because of childlessness. Husbands, wives, mocked for what they term as their inability to have children. So I asked the question, are children the ultimate prize in marriages? So here among Senkados, we discuss how to handle childlessness, and also in the cases where you find yourself in what they term as an unplanned pregnancy, how best do you handle the situation? And I have here with me the right guest to do the discussion. So Thomas Duke Labig Amankwado, he's a doctoral research fellow at the University of Oslo, Norway. Yes, and he's also a former University of Oxford scholar, and he is the author of historic fiction book, The Half Moon. And also, he's a coach. Thomas, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Paula.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, he's very popular on Facebook, so you should check out all the amazing things that he does. We're not doing this alone. We also have Smart Techi Nixon. He's an author, a broadcast journalist, a public relations officer. So when we talk, event hosting, when you're looking for someone to train you in public speaking, when we talk about creative writing and anything that has got to do with stage play production, we say Smart Techi Nixon. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you. Later on, we're going to discuss all the amazing things that you do. That's why we call you the proud sons of the land, guys. So, yeah. But today is a big deal in our part of the world where we find ourselves. And they say children are a gift from God, and when you don't have children in a marriage, trust me, they're going to come after you. So I just want to find out, are children the ultimate prize in marriage? Let me take it from you, Smart, since you are the married man. Yeah.
Nice way to cut Duke some slack on this one. But interestingly, I think that one of the fascinating things that I've heard about marriage is a marriage without a child is still a marriage. And so if you're a couple and you're going into marriage, it is one of the things that you should have at the back of your mind, that a marriage without a child is still a marriage. It doesn't nullify the status of the marriage. Okay, and that is one of the things that people do not come to accept. Because if you take a look at our part of the world, and I'm quite glad that you mentioned our part of the world, when you marry an individual, you are marrying a family. You are not marrying just a person. So at the weddings, you see it manifest. You see expectations of people being projected on you. And after the marriage as well, you would hear these expectations. Because sometimes you would go and visit your in-laws, and some of them will pass very funny comments. Like, hey, it's been a year since you guys got married. What's happening? We all know the intent of that particular statement. It is an indirect way to tell you that you guys are really delaying when it comes to childbirth. And you hear these comments coming from the mothers especially. I want to hold my grandchild. I want to hold my grandchild. But on a broader spectrum, if you really want to take a look at childbirth and the importance of it in marriage, there are a lot of things that stops or prevents a couple from having a child. Let's even move away from the medical condition. I personally believe that there is nothing like there is this funny saying we have in Ghana. People tell you, oh, you just give birth, God will take care.
But I don't know
of
how
it.
much baby food, pampers, diapers, all those things.
Precisely.
They have no idea.
Precisely.
But Smart, I'll come to you. Thomas, we know that family pressure can be very worse.
Yeah.
So how best can a couple handle an in-law who is always on your door knocking, when are the children going to come? When are the children going to come? And usually it's the women who suffer this. So as a loving husband, how best can you tame them?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'm not a loving husband yet, so it's a bit tricky. But that being said, I think that children are indeed a blessing to every couple. And when we look at this from a cultural perspective, from a cultural dimension, we'd understand that it's not just about having a child for just having a child for that sake, but it is a way of sort of bringing the two families together in ways that probably would be impossible by just signing a document in court or exchanging vows. This sort of it carves this union between the two families in a very spectacular way, and that is why families always, place a lot of worth on children. But then again, you're not your own creator, and you sometimes it might. I mean, you try and you're not getting it. But how to handle this is a very tricky question that I don't think we can unravel, get to an answer. But what I can say is that it all comes down to understanding between the families. Why are we not having a child? Is there a medical explanation to this? Is there something we can do medically to improve our chances of getting a baby? If not, then what's the next best option to having a baby? I think that it comes down to just communication between the families and getting to find the best alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
People place a lot of emphasis when it comes to, you mentioned the medical aspect of it, then you realize that other people are also putting a lot of pressure on the spiritual aspect of it.
Yes.
So, a couple finds themselves in a quagmire where someone says, okay, forget about the doctors, let's go and see this pastor. I
Before
think that
you realize you've been all over the place.
Yeah.
But then I just want to find out, because I'm the woman, let me speak for the women.
Okay.
In a marriage where there's no kids, childlessness, the first person that people blame, the woman.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have children. You're a barren woman. The list goes on and on. Why are people quick to, put the blame on women? Meanwhile, there are men who got low sperm count, impotent, if that's the word, it's not too hard. But then people are quick to do. Is it that the women love to take the blame because they don't want people know, oh, my husband, his performance is just, why?
Women are the bearers of life.
Okay.
Women are the bearers of life. Every life on this planet Earth came from a woman. Every single life. There is nothing that walks on the surface of this earth that didn't come from a woman. I mean, aside the man's contribution, it is the women that we see produce. It is the women we see deliver. It is the woman we are expecting to bring the child into the family. But what they forget is what you also pointed out, is that it's two people that put the woman in that particular condition before she can deliver. However, our families, are designed in such a way that whenever people get married, at the end of the day, people have this mindset that, okay, the moment I am expecting something from your family or from the couple and I am not getting it, the first intent is to change the woman and not to change the man. The pressure is that, oh, she's not fertile enough. We should have done a background check on her family. We should have asked more questions. Do you know whether she has done any abortions? And so there is too much of expectations, especially on the side of the woman. And I've always maintained this position that it takes a man of strong mind to stand and tell his own parents in the face that stop the noise. Stop putting the woman through that pressure. Because there are things in life you just cannot control. And it's also one of the hardest truths that people can accept. There are things you can control. There are couples today, there is nothing medically wrong with them. Exactly. There is nothing spiritually wrong with them. It is not coming. So I would borrow the words of Duke. It comes down to understanding. Do you even understand? These people are in a space where they are doing everything for the first time. The marriage is their first marriage. They are even finding ways of navigating it. And you are here putting pressure of childbirth on them. And so you must have a man. If the man weakens in his mind to kowtow to, let's say, whatever family is saying, that is where the woman feels a lot of pressure on herself because she feels like she doesn't have anybody to lean on.
Exactly.
But if you are the man and you step forward
Stand up for her.
and you are able to tell even your own parents, not just the lady's parents, your own parents that, hey,
because we say you are the, you are the head of the house. Act
and you are the
such.
neck.
Exactly. The woman is the neck. So you tell them, this is my home, this is how things are going to be run. But then, Duke, in our part of the world, because we prioritize children a lot.
Yeah.
In the cases when they are not coming, people want to try everything possible. They want to know that they've exhausted all means possible. But one thing that people don't have to go for is surrogacy or adoption.
Yeah.
Why is it a big
this is a very tricky question, you know. It comes down to Ghana's social structure, our cultural social structure. We, the smallest unit in the Ghanaian society is the family, right?
Yeah.
And until recently, it was the extended family. And this is a very close-knit blood relation, right? And Ghanaians, it's hard sometimes to admit this, but we are very tribalistic.
Highly.
We're very, ethnocentric to that extent. And so, you want, people just can't understand why they should just go and take someone they don't share this, blood relation with, and then all of a sudden treat that person as if that person was his family.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why adoption is very, very, very difficult. But then again, this is a country where we are also quite funny because we also love to bring people that we're not blood related to into our homes, and then also treat them as if they were family. We have so many people living with their aunties and uncles and great uncles and great aunties and distant relatives and all that. But I think when it comes down to childlessness and adoption, it also sort of sends a signal that you have conceded defeat. As soon as you go in for an adoption, then you send a signal to the church members and in Meko that you don't trust you don't trust God anymore, and you've taken the matters into your own hands.
So in a case where we're getting married, maybe I'm a career woman, this is the time where I'm at my peak, so I just want to give myself some time. And then the family people come in and all that. People will even think like, okay, of course you can't have children, but meanwhile at that time I'm just taking my time. You're married, smart. So how best can a couple inform the family that, okay, we are giving ourselves some time?
So for us, I think my wife and I, we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed the comment and shut them up. We've visited her parents. They've made a comment and she shuts them up. Because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it will take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand?
Yeah.
That discussion went so deep to the point that we had to even discuss the type of education we want to give our kids. And so we thought to ourselves that it needed planning. It wasn't something that we were just going to step in and, do. And most things that people do not weigh as well. It's quite interesting you mentioned career. Because in Ghana today, if a lady should get pregnant, it means that she is about to lose about 2 years of her life. And if most men are fully aware in terms of consciousness of the place in which you're going to put the woman, they will think twice about how they bring kids into, because there are, I know a friend who the wife gave birth, the first one, and the second one followed very quickly, like 6 months later. The wife had taken seed again. And so now this lady, who probably may be supporting you at home with other stuff in terms of payment of bills and all that, is going to be out of work for the next 3 to 4 years. And if we do not manage these things, and I really agree with you, because now you must ask yourself, why are we bringing the kids? Is it just we enjoy having kids, or we really want to give them the best of life, or it is just nice to have an addition in the family to the, to the extended family?
But before we wrap up on this particular discussion, I just want to ask you how important it is to plan your children. Because in Ghana, we're talking about economy, things are hard, but people just want to give birth. And there are a lot of children on the streets who are just under the sun, selling and all that. If you know you are not ready, God will take care.
Paula, let's face the fact. It's very difficult to plan in Ghana. It's not like people don't want to plan, or people just are just careless. It's just difficult to plan anything in Ghana. People plan their education, and university lecturers go on strike, and all of a sudden your plan is thrown ajar. It's very difficult. We live in a country where almost everything is based on contingency. You can't even plan a trip that would take 1 hour. You end up spending 3 hours.
Contingency must.
Yes, you say I can't stay my plan.
Wow.
So that's the fact of this life in this country. You can't just plan. That doesn't mean that you should not plan. But you have to plan in such a way that would inculcate into your plan these inconsistencies, these unforeseen circumstances. Almost every friend I have here in Ghana is in a precarious job situation, apart from those who are working for the government. I have one of my friends who recently had, in the span of 4 years, has had 3 kids, and this guy is unemployed. And I asked him, just yesterday, but how are you being responsible? You are not even responsible for your own self. How are you doing this?
3 kids in 4 years.
And then what he told me was that, how do I think he survived? And I said, how? He said, God. It's just God.
God will take care of us.
It's just God.
I see.
It is important to plan, Paula, but at the same time, we don't want to discourage the youth. We don't want to discourage our peers from taking certain bold steps.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So we're having today's discussion at Anpi's Barber's Studio here at the Legon City Mall. Guys, ladies, just working anytime from Monday to Sunday. He works all the time. So you can come here for a clean shave. Our gentlemen, it's very important that you look good all the time. Women too, we have braiding here, we do twist and locks, we do pedicure. It's a 360 thing here, and the environment is very cool. When you come here, you can come with your friends, and as I stated the last time, you can come with your boyfriend, let him get a clean cut, and then later on you see what will happen. But we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Cardos on GhanaWeb TV continues. welcome back. This is Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. Now for the second part, we're doing something interesting. How to take responsibility for an unplanned pregnancy. Now this is just not for married people. Before the marriage, when you're there with your girlfriend, with your a woman that you're seeing, and maybe if it's just a one-night thing and she comes back to say, I'm pregnant, how do you handle it? Do you say, oh please, this is not what I bargained for, go do the abortion, or you take responsibility? Because at the end of the day, men are taking responsibility for pregnancies, but the plan was never to get married. So I just want to have a discussion with our men, Thomas and Smart. So if you had one married your wife, right, and the lady comes in and says, I'm pregnant for you, the plan was not to, you know, get married. How are you going to take it? How are you going to handle it?
I would have advised against it. I have a very strong mindset when it comes to stuff like that. And I've realized that in our country, people frown on certain decisions. Now, there is an argument, whether it's pro-life, it's pro-choice, which side do you stand? I don't stand anywhere. I stand where I would benefit from the results, okay? Because a lot of things truncate the moment you take that decision. And this is something I tell people, you are free to choose. You are never free from the consequences of your choice. Because the moment something just happens, everything about your life changes. A lady comes to you, she tells you, probably someone you've been dating for a year or two, she tells you, I'm pregnant. What's going to happen now? That means you are going to assume a particular role.
Daddy.
A daddy role. And a daddy role comes with a lot of, you know, responsibilities. And probably, like Duke was saying, you are not even fully in that space, of you don't even have the potential to take care of yourself.
You cannot tell us that you are not ready.
Exactly. So that is where the choice comes in, like I mentioned. What do you want? What do you have with your partners? Or you mentioned even one night stand and stuff like that. People do it once, and
I'm pregnant.
The funny part is the bad boys do it consistently, and one good boy tries it once, one time. Then everything is...
That's so painful.
So, in as much as it is very difficult for you to decide, the two of you must sit down. The two of you must sit down and ask yourself, do we need this?
Okay. Can
we handle this? Because what we normally say is, oh, maybe if we take this away, we might not get one anymore. Do you know how many women are stuck in the hospital because their men or boyfriends or husbands cannot pay for them to be discharged? It's just there, numerous of them. So you ask yourself, you can't even pay for your partner to be discharged. What will you feed the children with? What will you? Question. So planning is key.
All right.
And communication is also key because you must talk about it.
I want to do a quick one on.
Okay.
Thomas, as a woman, I want to understand, why do some men, emphasis on some men, switch up? We're having a loving relationship. The moment the lady says, I'm pregnant, then you switch up. Then you are showing us your true colors. Why do you do that?
It's because, you know, if you, let's face the fact, some people have sex for recreational purposes and not for family mating purposes.
It was nothing serious.
So assuming you go into some sort of a social contract, right? That you're having sex and you're very much aware that, as we say, a friendly match, right? It's for recreational purposes. Then the lady turns up and says, well, there is a lifelong commitment that has been, you know, as a result of of course, you would flip. I will flip.
I would.
If I'm being honest, because that wasn't the point. That wasn't the social contract. That wasn't the, unless, of course, there was some sort of consensus that if this, you know, results in pregnancy, we could consider it, right? But if there isn't anything of that sort, then I think that
Thomas, a man can talk about, oh, we're going to have a happy kids and stuff like that. Till some men actually talk about having kids until you tell them there's a kid on the way. But then you talk about a man having to flip because that was not part of his plan. Would you say that is the woman's responsibility to be on a long-term contraceptive while you are not so certain if the man is going to, accept responsibility in that case,
Paula,
should we take the decision of, being in control? Because when it turns out, it always comes back to us.
As a man sitting where I'm sitting now, first of all, I can't dictate or even suggest what kind of contraceptive you should put into your body, because these things come with their own side effects, right? Yeah. But what I can advise my friends is that you should understand that once you get pregnant, even if the man is going to be responsible, you are going to be the one carrying the baby for 9 months. You are going to be the one whose career might be affected by this baby, right? So even though it appears to be a 50% responsibility going into this, it isn't. Yes. And that's a natural fact of the matter, that women must always be a step ahead of us when it comes to being smart about whether you want to have a baby or not. Because once you get pregnant, whether it was for recreational purpose or whatever, as soon as the lady becomes pregnant, in my humble opinion, the choice of whether to keep the baby or not is almost solely the woman's responsibility. If the woman says, no, I can't because of my career or even because of my body, that's her choice. That's her body, that's her choice.
Exactly.
Likewise, if she says, well, I think I'm 29 and my mom is, and so I want to have it, then you, the guy, you are in big trouble. You can't force the woman to get an abortion, right? True. So if this is, based on what I've painted here right now, women should always understand that even though it's a 50-50 sort of affair, it's your responsibility to protect yourself and protect your career and protect your health. Sure. And don't get pregnant for men who can't afford to bail you out of
men, let me put it that way. But then before we wrap up on this conversation, I just want to find out, some men say they were trapped into marriage with a pregnancy. So if a man who is in the hot seat, you find yourself in this situation, but you're thinking, oh, you don't want to have a baby mama, you don't want your kids to be scattered, should you go ahead, even without any plan, or the woman being the woman of your dream, should you go ahead and marry that person? And I would say that don't go having sex with women that you can't close your eyes and imagine that this woman is going to be.
It doesn't happen like that, Paula. It doesn't happen.
It should happen like that.
It doesn't happen like that.
You should take responsibility for your action. If you're having sex with a woman,
this is why I think
you should envisage yourself that in the case, in the worst case, am I going to be okay?
You know, it doesn't happen like a structured sex. Sex is not always structured and planned.
See, those who go for the recreational sex, they know their game. They're always on the contraceptive.
And sometimes,
but these women who are tripped,
sometimes they are the ones that come back with the issues.
No, see, dude.
They are the ones that come back with the issues. We're discussing this because we want people to understand something. You can find somebody and have a very good vibe with the person on the first day you meet the person. A very good vibe, you can swear you've never had that vibe with anybody before. And that vibe will lead to sex. And 3 weeks later, the lady will give you a call and tell you something you are not ready to. So, yes, the conversation circles around that. But then, it's very long. There's a long decision as to that. Personally, this is something I tell myself. I'll tell you a story. I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't want a lady to have a child for me that I am in no way in the life of the child. Let's say if the relationship doesn't go well. So that is where your point comes in. If I'm about to do something with someone,
think about it.
I must sit and ask myself, can this woman be my wife? Can I show her off to my parents and my friends? Will I be proud to hold her and not suck her around 4 a.m. and get her?
Smart, you haven't had some vodka.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Most of them are not planned. So you are in the club, you're having a good time.
Thomas, tell me about when you've had the vodka. You're not thinking straight,
I think, it's not that simple. I mean, Smart was trying to elucidate that point, that you could be having a good time, and one thing leads to another, and before you realize you are being told you have a family member on the way. And it can be shocking. Yes. Sometimes it can be shocking how some women can get pregnant very easily and others would struggle to but
easily.
Paula, the thing is that we have to understand that in our society, I personally think that having a baby or getting someone pregnant is very different from getting married to someone. You can't as well get married to someone without really thinking that I want to have a baby with this person, because the marriage is between the two of you. The baby is the product of your love, right? That product might come along the way, it might never come along the way. It's about the two people in love and the two people trying to build a life together. That life might include a baby, right? Or it might include adopting a baby. So it's not that black and white that as soon as someone gets pregnant for you, you should marry that person. However, in our Ghanaian society, like we said before, the baby is something that brings two families together in a way that goes even beyond marriage, right? So it's like marrying is one step of bringing two families together, but once you get someone's daughter pregnant, the families become automatically united in that sense, in the cultural sense. I don't remember the last time a friend of mine had vodka in a club, drinking whatever, and then saw a lady and started calculating, is this the woman I want to marry? Is this the woman I want to have? It won't drop. At that moment, you're very much in the moment of that moment. If you know what I mean?
For recreational.
You're very in the recreational, you know. So it's not that easy, but women must. And I'm a strong believer that it's fair that this government takes steps to make contraceptives very, very affordable and free for women. In most countries,
we should have like some sort of like vending machine that brings
people
out
don't know
condoms.
about it, but if you walk to government hospital, it's very cheap.
Very cheap.
Having to have the IUD, the implants, is very cheap. People don't know about it. It's even cheaper than the emergency contraceptive that you spend a lot of money on. But then, gentlemen, before we wrap up the show, I know that Smart, you've got, you know, stage play coming out. You're going to tell us about it.
Yes. I'm bringing out the wedding night. Last year we did When Will You Marry Me? And now everybody's beginning to think I'm putting my marriage out there, but that's the funny part. So the wedding night is clearly is about Jephthah and Freema expecting, you know, to have a very good time on their wedding night. They arrive in their bedroom, rose petals on the bed, and they meet a very big surprise, you know, from both parties. Very, very big surprise. We are waiting to see what happens eventually on the day. So the wedding night is showing on the 23rd of April, exactly about a month from now, is going on at the Perez Dome.
But Duke, I also know that you've got amazing stuff going there, from the coaching thing to your novel. Is it available on the market?
No, not yet. We're still working on some finishing touches on that book, and we're expecting it to be out by the close of this year, or probably sooner than that.
Please do out and give it to us, we beg. Well, politicians, if I had interviewed a politician, I'm going to give us a timeline.
It's in the pipeline.
It's in the pipeline.
It's actually in the pipeline. I mean, it's a historic fiction novel, and it's around 1390. So it's the late pre-colonial era.
Okay.
And it's briefly about religious imposition and how Islam was imposed on most of the northern Ghana tribe. The book itself is about the Songhai Empire, the old Songhai Empire, and in Ghana it encompasses the Gruma people, a bit of the Gomba people.
The title again?
The Half Moon.
The Half Moon, great. Please, but how can we connect with you? Smart?
Yes, Facebook as Smart Stitching Nixon. Okay. And almost all my social media channels, Smart Stitching Nixon.
All right, Duke?
Yes, it's Thomas Duke Labeka Mankwando on all my social media platforms.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I must say I love the conversation and all that. So, for my ladies who listen, you should take a cue, especially the part where they're talking about the unplanned pregnancy.
The vodka in the other time.
Anyway, it's always a pleasure coming your way with Mons and Cuddles. And as I always say here, we find ways to spice up your relationship. So, whatever you put out here, you should, take a cue and, move forward with it. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with the next episode of Mons and Cuddles. I am Paula Amabreni.
Has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak, and therefore I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. I'm looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only host it within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. So there's no particular one person to do.
The parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children. They put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, tearing our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's still 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we improve more than this. Yes, we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government and I'll give some to we the citizens.
How would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders, and they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Ana o mi.
Obek kanokre. Susu san kwan bia wan to nam bia e man kwan bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and 10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. On this week's edition, I have here with me Genevieve Chinyere, and she's the founder and president of Dream West Africa. She will be talking about one of her projects, which is so dear to her heart. Genevieve, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you too. Many thanks for also making the time here.
It's a pleasure.
So Genevieve, can you tell us about Dream West Africa and your journey as an entrepreneur?
Where do I begin? So I've had the opportunity to live in different countries. I'm originally born in London, raised in Africa for a while, Sierra Leone to be specific. And then later on I experienced the war in Sierra Leone, and later on continued my education in America. I was able to work in several countries. After a while, I kind of got tired of working in America. At the time, I was working and living off of Wall Street, and I felt unfulfilled. And I had the yearning rather, to go back to Africa, Sierra Leone to be more specific, because my family had already planted seeds there, and due to my experiences there. And so I made the transition. I think my experience with the war and everything is actually what gave me that feeling that, hey, I need to go back and give back to the country, not just because I knew that Africa as a continent was the next emerging market, and being able to set up SOPs in virgin countries would make all the difference in terms of trade and increasing the GDP in those African countries, but also just being able to give back due to the atrocities that I saw.
Just to briefly go back, you mentioned your experience from the war. What was that one key thing that you saw that, because most entrepreneurs are change makers, what was that one thing that you saw that you thought could like spark just your entrepreneurial drive?
Oh, that's it's a sensitive topic, really.
Yeah.
I saw quite a lot in the war at a young age. I was 9 going on 10, so it's a very sensitive topic.
It's totally
I
fine.
think in totality, everything I experienced, everything I saw, being able to, I think, now that I think about it, being able to survive, being able to have opportunities that other people didn't have would be something that I say changed things for me, because I was quite fortunate to be able to leave Africa. I left on one of the last evacuation ships out.
Wow.
And I had the, the blessings to be able to leave and have other opportunities. I was able to get therapy. I mean, so many people
that you have to been through.
Yeah, I mean, so many people
Very
left back in
traumatic
Africa with those traumatic experiences didn't get that opportunity. They're there today. They didn't disappear. The war didn't, you know, stop. The children, rebels, and all of this that were forced to kill their families and stuff, they're still in society today. The people that were now amputees and disabled because of the war, they're still here today.
Experiencing the same things, yeah.
They're still living. There are a lot of people, my housemate, you know, every day there are people that have their own stories and have seen things and continue to stay there during the war when I had been taken away to safety. So it's always a blessing to be mindful every day of what you were able to overcome, and also be able to see that there are people around us that we need to try and impact and change the narrative.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
So now let's move to Dream West Africa, which you own, and what went into the idea of setting up this establishment, and what do you guys specifically do?
Well, it started with my journey in Sierra Leone. First, one of the businesses that I did was I managed a logistics company, and I managed 197 people. From there,
that's quite a lot.
Yes. It was a crash course experience, and that was due to my family, but I later on branched out and I went on to jump into the hospitality industry. I helped to do the soft opening of Radisson and build their database.
That's the hotel?
Yes, Radisson Mamioko. And later on, after when we had Ebola, I then went and I started up my own company, which we then were giving. Luckily, it became a cash and carry business, so I took advantage of that, and I was able to do supplies and procurement for a company called ATS, which was then supplying the mining companies at the time, and that was to my benefit. I also came up with tricky, so I think being in Africa, you just have to think outside the box. So I found my own niche, and I was able to start being the first distributor without a warehouse for Coca-Cola in Sierra Leone.
Without a warehouse?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
It was a concept that I came up with, and I know that the MD at the time, Israel, he was quite interested, like, where did you come up with this? You know? And at that time, I told him, Nigeria, not the carry last. You know? So I always kind of try and think outside the box in terms of the terrain at the time and adapt accordingly. And the reason why I even came up with a distributor without the warehouse is at the time, if you think about it, sometimes more is more headache. So I eliminated having to have a warehouse. I eliminated having to deal with logistics.
You didn't want to have all those...
I don't have to deal with it. Demurrage. What about late delivery? All I have to do now is follow my purchase order and my delivery order. That's it. And then I know what I'm making. So it was very simple and straightforward, and something that you're able to do remotely with less headache and less overhead. Yeah, go ahead.
So you've been doing this for quite some time now. I'm sure you've had a lot of challenges along the way, paying taxes and paying people and all of that. What's that one key thing for you that has shaped your journey in terms of the challenges that you've been through over the years?
Honestly, I'm very blessed to have the support of amazing staff and amazing people that have followed me on my journey. From when I was smaller to now, as I'm still growing, but they're still there with me today. And some of my staff, and they've all become like family for me. Some of them have been there for even 7 years plus. And I appreciate them so much. So for me, I wouldn't say that there were any major hiccups, because I can say that staff that were there from my growing times to now, and even as I continue to grow, I continue to get amazing people that believe in me, and we are able to establish relationships. I believe that relationships is what carries on the business. Integrity and kindness, where in Africa, someone that's your security can become your minister tomorrow. So always stay humble and always try and give kindness to everyone.
Lovely. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Okay.
I've been speaking with GhanaWeb Chinyere, and she's the president and founder of Dream West Africa, which is a visionary entrepreneurship firm. We'll be right back after this break. break on BizTech, I've been speaking with Genevieve Chinyere, and she is the president and founder of Dream West Africa. We are yet to talk about some of the projects that they've been undertaking. Genevieve,
yes.
It's been a very interesting conversation, learning so much about you as a person. Now let's move to Dream West Africa and some of the projects. I understand you have some really interesting projects that you guys are undertaking, so kindly share that with us.
Okay, so I think we're talking more about the foundation, right?
Yes, the foundation.
So the foundation focuses on our corporate social responsibility. This started with a small, once again, sowing seeds in Sierra Leone. I believe that wherever we put our foot, we should also be able to plant seeds. And so gradually I started branching out into different sectors, which were medical, feeding, education, and women empowerment. I'll come back into Ghana now because we can always elaborate on that another time. But with Ghana, our main focus will be running a program that's parallel to each other, and it will be with women empowerment and gender equality. For the women, we're looking to bring tech into business, and the same thing applies to bringing tech into school. So with the students, we're looking to have a program where we give out an award to at least 2 students now. So I'll be running a pilot this year. It will be over the course of a year. And we hope that by the end of the school year, we would have picked 2 students where we actually award them and help them with a startup business. Meanwhile, we're going to be showing them how to use different tools. So you have tools like Canva. You know, we have a lot of programs where we have people that come in and they speak to the kids. It's enough of talking. What comes? It's time to do practicals. It's time to implement.
Is too much. The books and the reading is quite.
So how do you want to know if they have gotten the idea or they've gotten the concept? They need to be equipped and have a full understanding of what they can achieve if given the right tools. And I feel like we don't have enough information that's shared with our students today, both for even for helping them with learning tools that are free and available to them.
Even the basic ones.
Yes. So even now, if you know about Canva, I think we all know about Canva. So I think it would be nice to have a program where, for example, we're now taking the kids through creating their own brand identity, creating their own logo, and all of this can be done absolutely free.
And they can actually become graphic designers
of their
own as well.
In their own capacity. So there's that, and then the same thing applies to the women entrepreneurship. We want to be able to help them with brand visibility, developing their brand, helping them get mentorship, helping them identify, giving them that network. So I'm very strong with networking, both in Africa and outside. Luckily, we have traction with a lot of organizations that are supporting my initiative in other countries and now are open to supporting the initiative out here. So we want to be able to build up on that and help these women in terms of funding, in terms of materials, in terms of education, and be there as an ongoing support for them. So certain women as well will get grants as well that will be injected into their business, and they will get to help with more structure. There will also be travel experiences involved for our women entrepreneurs. And for our students, we're going to be doing programs where we give back to them as well. So we also want to try and attach them to paid internship during the holidays so they can also get a work experience.
Becomes meaningful as well.
So I mean, a lot of times we have students that are going to school and maybe funding is not as much. So it's nice to be able to give them a platform where they're getting a reward for the work experience that they're putting in. I think it's it develops a mindset for them to actually want to go out there and get and hunger for more. So this is the idea.
Okay, you made mention of something, funding, which is very, very key for most entrepreneurs. In our side of Africa here, we tend to struggle with access to markets, access to even funding and all of that. From your point of view and your expertise, how best do you think the continent can ensure that entrepreneurs are well equipped for the markets out there?
You know, I think it's a good question. I think I'm going to sound a bit Nigerian when I say that it all comes down to packaging. But it also comes down to being able to have accessibility to information, being able to carry out due diligence. I find that going through a lot of countries, and my passion is to help ECOWAS. I'm an ECOWAS baby. I feel that there are lots of funding that's available that we don't take advantage of. One, because we haven't even taken the time to research and see what's available to us, so we often miss the deadline.
Yeah.
Or B, when we do get it, we don't understand properly how to go about obtaining those funds. So once again, we miss the opportunity. So I want to be able to broaden the spectrum and bring knowledge and shed light onto opportunities that they have that are now available for ECOWAS, but also outside of ECOWAS, companies that are looking to collaborate. There's a huge women's initiative going around in Sierra Leone. We just passed something through Parliament that adheres to women, gender equality, and women in leadership. So I mean, things like this, people should be able to take advantage of. But if they're not privy to the information or they're unaware and they're closed off, then how do they take advantage of it? Also, we talk about identity. When you talk about entrepreneurship, there are lots of women that have the capacity, but once again, they don't identify themselves visually as being an entrepreneur. So when we talk about brand visibility, we want to be able to show women that, look, if you see a woman in a suit or you see a woman at the market side, we want her to know that she too is an entrepreneur in her own right. And she too can be a woman leader of maybe even the community by inspiring other women like her to, for example, have a cooking stall or have a soap making business or have a candle making business. Whatever it is that's your niche, you can also empower other women and be a leader in your own right.
Great. So still on the project,
yes.
How long would the pilot run? And at the end of it all, what's the, I know you say you want to take some of the girls out and also offer opportunities. What's the whole gain for you?
Okay, I think there were two questions in there.
Yeah.
And I will go first with the first bit, which is the time is going to take 1 year.
Okay.
Okay, and we look to launch somewhere in the May-June period where we'll start ongoing and rolling out the program properly. For now, we're bringing awareness and trying to go through profiling who are going to be the girls and the women that, so schools that we're collaborating with, government bodies and institutions that we'll need to collaborate with.
Apply?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to women entrepreneurs, anyone can apply. There will be a channel that you can also be able to, we'll give you some information where you can also share out on your platform so that if there are any interested women that are having their own startup business and need guidance, we're open to taking them on board. It will take 1 year, and this 1 year will be a pilot because what we want to do is develop a system where there's consistency. And in order to have a continuity of this program, we have to be able to meet expectations and have deliverables that are out this year so we can have the measurables for the following consecutive year. And what do I plan to achieve from it personally? I just want to see more women that are empowered. I want to be able to use myself as a figure. Before, I always hide in the shadows and I don't really feel like maybe I can be that person that inspires other women, but I'm seeing that the narrative has changed, and I believe that from the feedback that I've gotten from women in different countries where they're like, hey Jen, I'm looking up to you. Sometimes you're called to be a leader, and if I can be that one that inspires and lifts my sisters up, then I want to be that person, that vessel.
Lovely. So finally, we're wrapping up. What's your advice to any young woman out there that wants to be an entrepreneur or wants to join this initiative?
My advice is, if you're hungry and you want it, go after it. Don't listen to the naysayers. Do your due diligence, do your research. If you're a part of us, just know that we're going to be pushing you, so be ready to be pushed. But if you're not ready for it, please allow somebody that is ready to actually step up and take the mantle. We're here to encourage people, but also this is Africa, and I know that sometimes we have people that will say they want something, but they're looking, it's not going to be easy. No one said the journey would be easy, but we'll be there to give you that support. So it comes with a lot of discipline and dedication. And of course, I don't know everyone's religion, but always put God first. And I believe that that's been a rock for me. So I always like to make reference to that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I've been speaking with Genevieve Chinyere, and she's the founder and president of Dream West Africa. And we've been talking about one of their salient projects, which is expected to take place somewhere in June this year, which is going to be a pilot offering women various opportunities. She's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Don't forget to also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at The Ghana Web, and our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Mauli Aholimeka. Many thanks for watching.
President Akufo-Addo's response to a question posed on LGBTQ by the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, on Monday has brought up a whole lot of conversations on the matter. Now we are out here asking people that what do you think the president's response exactly should have been? Do you think he should have been more assertive to tell the vice president that no or yes, Ghana is going to accept LGBT? Let's quickly go on and find out from the people.
The bill is in Parliament, and I believe it's a duty of the parliamentarians to work on it. And he's saying that maybe after when a bill is passed, maybe he will see what he can do. And I don't think he has anything to do when the bill is passed, if it's against the LGBTQ. And I watched the interview, I think he said, maybe ahead of maybe intervening in it, right? Yes. So like that particular way, that intervening, I think I don't agree with Mr. President. Because first of all, he said the bill is at the Parliament, right? They are debating on it. And so when they are debating on it, when the bill is done, when you intervene, so you are intervening us in a negative perspective or in a positive perspective, they get it. Because those are the Parliament, they are mature enough to know what is right and wrong. They get it. So after their decision, I think it will favor the whole Ghana. That's why they've taken that decision. They get it. So when you are saying you intervene as in, do you get it? So with that, I think I don't make I'm nowhere in the century, Mr. President.
They should not accept it. Me myself, I'm not agree. If there's any question, is it good as a Christian can adopt that? Useless things like this in this Ghana. Christian country like this, you will not accept it. That is my point. That is my point of view.
Okay, so what do you think the president should do?
He should withdraw. He should withdraw from it. Yes.
You no penny president awaba omenu. Nkrofo abako. Na yebisa sa nipa na abetena konwa so da se. Sa asema abe nei. On adwene sen on kire won se ha eyibusuo mayen enti ye mpe enti ehwa na on pack won ne amnko enti so no nkrofo hu na adwene enti na ma nkrofo bi ebo ho ekoye sa de call parliament because on hu se ayade a na nige ho na o man ye chiri enti na ma on ye sa enti mitumi hu se on no pe o so yan adwene ahwe na mu enye yi don't find us. Men in Yadrin, I just a president, no, I am Adrian said, or Besor just had in the tomb, or my memo HD. And one on Courtney baby.
So basically, what he's saying is that the push of the president suggests that he wants LGBTQ to be approved in Ghana. And as a Ghanaian, he doesn't think that is the right way to go, and he does not agree with the president saying we should wait for Parliament to discuss or deliberate on the bill and see what will come out of the passage.
Sir, asem we dey ya na ne kan ayeten. To say yan ya tie tire a ye ni aban mu no. Ya dream ye different from omo aban mu no. Let's say omo nim dodo sen ye. So what you say? Omunim dodo say the president no matter commenter. Onim baby free. What you say? I don't think a parliament wo. Or minority and then majority. And so I say entire parliament na omun discussing here. I think that there is nothing wrong with it. And I mean sure say the parliament discuss here. Me van say dodo no kopene so. Say law no yem pass. Krana esan se dodo no apne so nti president ni ntimi approve but let's wait so say parliament be approve na yen see the president be can and I don't think say the president will be allow sir adem nti say based on the president ni be can yes say be judge am say be wrong
BBC no we simple me ebema me bra we so ebema o yo ba onyonko ba ho o se na won ya akono yi mint mi be fa o se mint mi be fa me bra peni se me ne koye sa ade no nti we nice guy say bia bena ma be so pe wo no for to mint mi no amengo all right ba mint mi go fa be ma se me ne be ma ko se obeji atum na sika be ba o man ni mu na o man ne ho enkyere ne nko ade a me de mefo aso onji ntum oji tum a omo on be ye no before no nkofo ye deda anambua nkofo ye deda nti opa onji ntum se scam be ba ma o man no ye won hianya ye de a e okay onji ntum oji tum o wanja ntum o meme nkofa be ma sem ne koda wati ase na also be so na open na ba kofo ba so ni be lobi dia mama sem me be ma zimi nkofa mnyanko semi de de be ma tum ba we be ma oni no fo we kama hyemenuma me fi sa me da ko fo be ma se da bi sika nim na ya on ba che ye dia ye hia and ye kan ga se ba be tu no flat house ye ni na nko yi kra ohun ye yi.
So what he's also saying is that he doesn't have any problem with people wanting to be gay, lesbian, or part of the LGBT community. As for him, he will not be part of LGBT. But if the president thinks that accepting the LGBTQ in Ghana will make Ghana better or bring more foreign aid to Ghana, then he agrees. But if it doesn't, then he doesn't think that it should be accepted. So after speaking to a number of people, they believe that the president should have just gone ahead to tell the Vice President of America that Ghana will not accept LGBTQ. Others also believe that what he said was right. He wants to leave it to Parliament to make the decision. Some others also believe that if accepting LGBTQ will bring some good money or foreign aid to Ghana, then why not? My name is Stella J. Jomsogli for GhanaWeb TV.
As Sister says, has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak. And therefore, I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough. But the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. I'm looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only hosted within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. There is no particular one person to do.
The parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Yes. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, starting our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's still 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government and I'll give some to we the citizens.
How would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders. And they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton, be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Commander and the regional commander asking for some police posts, particularly on market days. The market day comes once in a week, every Monday. I wrote this request last 2 years. As I speak today, Mr. Speaker, I have not received even an acknowledgement letter from the police service. May I know from the minister what he's going to do about my request in at least establishing police posts or ensuring that every police are available to protect market women. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will only answer this question to the extent that he's asked it here. But I will not be able to answer the absence of a response, save to draw the attention of the IGP that you have raised that concern. I've told you already that one of the measures we put in place is that, let me repeat, intelligence-led policing, mounting of police checkpoints at robbery-prone areas, escort of commercial vehicles, and market women to and from various markets, and others include the food. So on market days, we deploy police not just at the markets, but in fact to go with the market women from where they are starting from and to get there. So please, we continue to do what we can. The police post idea, I do not know what your idea of a police post is, but these checkpoints that they do establish would serve that purpose. And I've added that we are going to establish 2 platoons of 4 police units to supplement the security situation in the area. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister indicated that they are putting in place, or they have put in place, a mechanism where the police can escort these market women. But my interaction, together with the district chief executive and the police commanders on the ground, they have indicated to us logistical challenges. Sometimes they can't even buy fuel to move from one place to the other. What is the minister doing about it? The police are there. You have recently posted more policemen, which we are grateful, but there are logistical constraints which will not allow the police to move from one place to the other. What will you do about it, Mr. Minister? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have to cooperate with colleague MPs. I'm happy that you've acknowledged that we posted more police. And you realize that some of the approaches is to make up for the lack of resources to procure fuel. When we are escorting market women. We don't need our own vehicles. So now we get onto the vehicles that is carrying the market women and we go and come back. So yes, the general situation, we do as much as we can and we do allocate, but we also advise that district assemblies and other sources might be contacted. But yes, I will raise this matter with the police administration and we see what we do about it. Thank you.
We have one more.
Yes.
This is an appeal, more or less. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister consider providing the visibility motives to the policemen in my constituency to assist in curbing this incident? Thank you.
Yes, there were visibility mottos.
Yes, the visibility.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, Honorable Member, I've already told you that some of the newly passed out constables have been posted, which you have acknowledged, and is to augment the existing police strength in the district to perform visibility duties. So we've got that on. And I want to tell you that the 2 platoons of 4 police units each comes with a set of 30 motorbikes. So that is how we hope to solve your problem of motorbikes. Thank you.
Very well. The next Honorable Minister, for now, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. I'm not sure whether you can be discharged now. Do you have any more? No, you can't be discharged. Now you're discharged. The next question is to be answered by the Honorable Minister for Defense.
Honorable Minister for Defense, can you take your seat now? Honorable Minister for Health, you are in a hurry. But it's not your turn yet. It's for Defense to answer now. Question number 5D is to be asked by an honorable member for Medina, Mr. Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Defense measures taken by the military to sanction military personnel who violated the rights of civilians following the murder of Umaru Sharif, a soldier in Ashaiman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a rule of thumb, the Ghana Armed Forces will always conduct an assessment of all the operations that have been sanctioned at all levels, from the unit to the garrison, to the command, and ultimately to the military high command, to see whether the assessment has gone well, and also to see whether any officer has done something contrary to the orders that has been given. Mr. Speaker, in this instance, the operation that was conducted on Tuesday, the 7th of March, 2023, at Tulaku and Ashaman Taifa were sanctioned by the military high command, and as I said before, They are conducting a review of the entire operation to assess and ascertain whether every member of the armed force went according to the operational orders handed over to them. And action will be taken against any officer or men who did not go according to the operational orders. And anyone who went according to the operational orders who deserves commendation will be commended. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, given the fact that the release by the Ghana Police Service shows that none of the people who were violated violently by these military men form part of people who were even the initial suspects that were arrested by police. And given the fact that the military high command has also admitted excesses of the violations that went on at Ashaiman, don't you think that it is rather not too impressive that at this stage...
Honourable Member, hold on. Can members at the entrance please take their seats, please?
Mr. Speaker, that at this stage, no specific action has yet been taken, because from your answers, you clearly said that they will review the operations. How long does it take for such operations to be reviewed, and how soon are we going to see an action by the military high command?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member is asking for a personal opinion. He asked that, don't I take? But whatever the case, Mr. Speaker, members of the armed forces are motivated and driven by discipline, service to work, and the ability to die and sacrifice your life for the country. And so when operations are done like you have said, the military high command will undertake a thorough review of the entire exercise. It depends on the nature of the exercise. It can take 3 days, it can take 1 week, it can even take a whole month. But I'm saying that the review is being undertaken, and when the whole exercise is over, action will be taken by the military high command on those that needs to be taken, and I'll give you that assurance. But if you ask me whether those who were arrested by the police and those who have been arrested by the military may differ in the charges that are given to them, I cannot give a personal opinion on that, because the court proceedings may lead to other arrests, and so I want to stay off that particular thing and not commit any statement here that can be used in any court of law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister give assurances or give an estimation of the timing? How soon we'll be able to, this review will take? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because between the 7th of March and now almost 30th of March, that's quite some reasonable time. So would the minister be able to tell us from his briefing how soon this review would end, so we will know exactly what recommendations? Can the minister give us some timelines to what the military is doing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is unwise to give a specific timeline, and I cannot give a specific timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister for Defence whether it would not be more helpful, particularly to the armed forces, considering that we are told that this was an operation sanctioned by the High Command. wouldn't it be better if we have an independent committee to look into these matters instead of the Ghana Armed Forces appearing to be investigating itself? I'm looking at public trust, public confidence. So have you considered that option, an independent committee or an Article 278 commission of inquiry? Because this was a major issue. It's even led to a death of one of the victims in the brutalities. So have you considered that option for public trust, public confidence in the outcome of the investigations instead of, if you like, what may appear to be a bit inward or self-serving, where the military seems to be investigating themselves? Have you considered that option?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would advise that we tread cautiously in trying to set up commissions on operations that have been sanctioned by the top military or security agencies. If it is an illegal operation, that's a bit better. But once an operation has been legally set in, the first thing you do is to review it. And if there is a need to go beyond that review, then it's open. But at this stage, it's too early for me to start suggesting that it may go beyond the reviews. It is the military that reviewed it, and people were punished for it. In several incidents, even in Galamsey incidents, military review exercises, and some people have even lost their jobs. Some people were removed. So I want to assure you that the military's review, we give them the chance to review, and then if they are not satisfied, we can take a matter to a different level. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister, whether after the investigation, Parliament will be furnished with the report, a copy of the report.
Want to know that? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Because we want to know the outcome of the investigation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's never been the practice to furnish Parliament with a report, but it's up to Parliament. If it deems fit for Parliament. In any case, the Committee of Parliament visited the place, and I think that's the starting point. And I was there with them, and I think we should start from there. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give one last to
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, the incidents of the populace resisting the law enforcement agencies, and especially in this case the military, and also the actions of the military within the public space have all come up in recent and have become very topical. Is the military and the agencies under you, are you worried about the image that you are creating for yourselves? And if you are, what are you going to do to address that? I'm particularly worried about the military because I have 3 generations of military people in my life, and they are, for many years, for as long as I have lived, they've been the example of discipline. But that is waning. Are you going to do something about it, or what exactly are you going to do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for this question. I don't agree with her when she says that it's winning. In fact, if you compare the military of the 90s, the 80s, the 90s, and now, things are rather improving. You can go check your own history. You would understand what I'm talking about. Maybe you didn't experience it. I've lived in 4 conflicts, and I know what the Ghana military can do and cannot do. 4, 81, 1991, 1994, 1995. So if there's someone who knows what can happen and cannot happen, I'm a living example here. But I just want to say that improvements are necessary, suggestions are necessary, and all of us, including the military itself, will be worried about any image, even a small infraction. We are all worried about it, and we think that there are improvements. So yesterday, for example, I got the Chief of Defense Staff to call all the commanders to talk about things that we are worried about, so that we can all see how we can make sure that at the end of the day, the military serves the people of Ghana for which they were created for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now I'll move on. The next question, I don't know member for Jabosu of Health. Sorry, Honorable Minister for Defense, you are discharged.
He hasn't called you. He has called me. Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Jabosu.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. What is it?
Mr. Speaker, with your special leave, may we take the foreign minister with your special leave. We had some discussion prior, and I should have informed you ahead of time. So it's just a plea so that we can take the health minister. Thank you, sir.
Minority leadership. The application is, I think we missed the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Let's abide here for a while. All right? It's all right. The application is declined. Honorable Akando, kindly ask you a question. There's only one question.
Mr. Speaker, I will leave that decision to you.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Health the allowance owed rotational nurses by government.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health has written to the Minister of Finance requesting for financial clearance to pay all the rotational nurses who started their one-year rotation in June and December 2022 and are yet to be paid. Mr. Speaker, our follow-up checks indicate follow-up checks with the Minister of Finance gives an indication of payment of all these arrears by the end of April. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister aware that since the June-July 2021 batch started their service about 9 months ago, they have never received any allowance?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of this fact. That is why we're writing for financial clearance. We've done 2 such letters, and we're now getting close to the end of the tunnel. By end of April, I have full assurance from Minister of Finance that this money will be paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Speaker how much, from the Minister, how much in total is government owing these rotational nurses?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have close to about 160 million Ghana cedi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. One more.
But for the frequent breakdown of our printing machines, all the backlog would have been cleared. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration is about to receive 2 giant industrial printing machines in 3 weeks from the World Bank under the Public Sector Reforms for Results Project, PSRRP 2028, PSRRP. The arrival of these machines will help the Passport Office to clear all outstanding backlogs within a week. It is imperative to indicate that these giant industrial machines have the capacity to print about 2,000 passports within an hour. It must be noted that completed applications go through various levels of vetting in order to ensure that only eligible applicants are issued with a Ghanaian passport. To this end, the Passport Office has increased the number of vetting staff who are also tasked to do extra hours occasionally, including working on weekends in order to clear outstanding passports yet to be printed. Mr. Speaker, while efforts are underway to clear the backlog, the passport application centers, particularly those in Kumasi and Accra, have been saddled with the phenomenon of uncollected passports. Even though applicants are usually informed through text messages that their passports have been printed and sent to the various passport application centers, a lot of passports are yet to be collected. The ministry recently issued a public announcement and some applicants did turn up and collected their passports. We will continue to cause such announcements periodically. I wish to use this opportunity to apologize to our compatriots who are yet to receive their passports, and also to assure this August House and the entire citizens that the ministry has put in place enough measures to prevent a future occurrence of this unfortunate incident and promise smooth and efficient service delivery. I also wish to assure this House that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration continues to give emergency applicants for passport the utmost attention that it requires. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is telling this House they are expecting some giant printing machines that is coming in within 3 weeks. And then within 2 weeks. And after the machines have arrived, they are going to clear all the backlogs of passports we have within a week, if I got you right. I just want to ask the Minister, when do they expect to install these machines? So you should know the time frame, so that you can say maybe from next month going, we will have a shorter period of processing passports in this country. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Honourable Member has said, I did indicate that we will be receiving the machines in 3 weeks. Once the machines are installed, they will be put into use immediately. Let me say that the machines currently are going through some configuration to make sure that with our booklets, so that by the time the machines are installed, there won't be any transition in terms of having now to put the machines into some kind of configuration. So everything is being done to ensure that once the machines are received, it goes into use immediately. So it shouldn't take more than, I believe, a week after the machines are installed, ourselves a month after the machines are installed, for the machines to be in operation. I thank you.
Yes, sure. Yes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the minister for her responses and the work she is doing to clear the backlog. In listening to the Honourable Minister carefully, Mr. Speaker, she has addressed the second leg of the passport printing process, which is the role of the ministry, the passport office. And I'm sure that's where the giant printing machines will be installed, at the passport office. But I know there is the second aspect, which relates to the private sector vendors, those who print the booklets. I know the ministry does the bio page, but there's the aspect relating to the printing of the booklets that Back Press and Co. have been working on. Is the Honourable Minister saying that that aspect does not have any challenge in the chain? I'm looking at the entire value chain, and I'm wondering if we don't have to also avert our minds, because you've only talked about the printing machines for the passport office, but how about the private vendor, those who print the booklets? Because I know that the last time we met, there was a challenge with them as well in terms of supplying the booklets. We haven't heard anything about that aspect, so I want to find out from the minister if the backlog at that end has been cleared. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I did touch the supply chain issues that created the backlog in 2022. Fortunately, we have procured since December over 300. We are in the process of also doing another order, just to make sure that we give enough time for the delivery of the booklets. And so that has been taken into account to make sure that at every given time we do have enough booklets. Now, what we need to do, like I've said, is the other angle of the problem, which is to address the printing problem. Now we have booklets. The issue is the printers, which do not have large capacity to print. So we are addressing that. Once that is addressed, we have a whole range of the different processes that have been sorted out. I thank you.
Very well. Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer the question. You are discharged. Honourable members, we move on to item 6. A set of questions for item 6 are to be answered by the Honourable Minister for Communication and Digitalization. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I regret to inform the House that I have still not received the answers to the questions asked, and so would plead for a bit more time to enable me put the answers together so that I can respond to the questions that my colleagues have asked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the leadership mentioned this to me, but I wanted her to communicate that herself, that the particular agency did not bring the information as required. So I'll direct the table office to reschedule all the questions and inform there's no further comment on this one. Thank you very much. We'll proceed. Yes, leadership, we are moving to public business. Are we to take the statements now?
Speaker, we will at the commencement of public business, we'll start.
Or shall we take the statement on our dead former colleague, Honorable Pamford.
Yes, Speaker,
Shall we
we
take
should.
that statement now?
Yes.
Very well. I'll invite the Honourable Member for Kwesimintim, Honourable Dr. Prince Amidama, to read the statement in memory of the late Honourable Atu Pamford, former MP for Shama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is with profound sorrow and deeply heartfelt sense of loss that I rise before you to pay tribute to the late Honourable Atu Pamford, whose rather untimely and unexpected demise Sunday morning, February 12, 2023, at the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority Hospital in Takoradi. We are once again solemnly reminded of the profound truth in the words of William Shakespeare when he says, and I quote in part, "All the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts," unquote. Mr. Speaker, although we are aware of the inevitability of death, we nevertheless truly regret the loss and departure from the earthly realms of our former colleague, compatriot, and friend. But as we mourn his passing, we also reminisce, acknowledge, and celebrate his remarkable life, his distinguished career as a technocrat and a politician, and even vastly important, his positive and lasting contributions to the Shama constituency, the Western region, and our beloved country. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Atu Pamford was an astute politician and a statesman who served his constituency and country with integrity, selflessness, dedication, and passion. He was a man of deep conviction, unwavering principles, grim determination, with an unbridled commitment to public service. We remember Honourable Atu Pamford as a consummate professional, a technocrat, a respected legislator who demonstrated astute political acumen and an unwavering commitment of his constituents, as well as the progress of this country. A true gentleman with a warm personality, he carried himself with dignity and poise, yet always remained a bridge builder who was admirably affable, courteous, and cooperative in all engagement with all his colleagues across both sides of the political divide in this house, his constituents, and beyond. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the 7th Parliament representing Shama constituency in the Western region on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, Honourable Atu Pamford dutifully served this House and by extension this country from January 2017 to January 2021. He played a significant role in improving political discourse and engagement, advocating for development in his constituency and shaping this country's political landscape. His meticulousness was amply evident in his legislative and political endeavors. He infused his submissions on the floor of this House with wisdom and seasoned his argument with reason. His sharp analytical mind drilled to the core of critical issues, bringing to the fore insightful contributions to debate in this House. His hallmark of consummate intellectuality, intricately combined with deeply rooted practicality, was uncommon. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Pamford's considerable experience in Ghana's political arena was invaluable in advancing the business and overall progress of this august House. His contribution to the passage of critical legislations in the interest of the good people of Ghana cannot be overemphasized. With one accord, we recount a few of the deeds of a man who was an astute expert in international trade and commerce, and distinguished himself as an industrialist with over 3 decades of experience across both private and public sectors. His role as a senior advisor of enterprise audit of the African Continental Free Trade Area after the National Coordinating Office has helped firmly establish and prominently position AFTA as the world's largest free trade area, bringing together the 55 countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic community. Among other engagements, he also served as the Vice Chair of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee of the 7th Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, these are but a few of the many attributes exhibited, a few of the roles played, a few of the accomplishments chalked by our departed former colleague, and indeed they are worthy of mention. But beyond his political career, Honourable Ato Pamford was a man of impeccable character, a devoted family man, a loyal friend to many. He was known for his humility, kindness, and unwavering commitment to the pursuit of excellence in all his endeavor. He was a man who inspired many with his words and actions, and his impact on the lives of those who knew him will be felt for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, the demise of Honourable Ato Pamford is a great loss to this House and to the people of Ghana. On behalf of the House and the people of Western Region, I wish to extend our deepest condolence and friends who are beside themselves with grief at this time. We join them in mourning his passing, and we pray for God's comfort and strength to be with them during this difficult time. We are grateful for his selfless service and positive contribution to our country, and we celebrate his life, legacy, and indelible mark he has left on Ghana's political landscape. May the gentle soul of Honourable Ato Pamford rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Yes, Honourable Regional Minister for Western Region.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, we thank Honourable Dr. Amma for such a beautiful statement in celebrating the life of Honourable Ato Pamford.
Honourable Minister, hold on. Honourable members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Ato Pamford is somebody I've known since the early 90s. In fact, when he used to be the deputy chairman of the Western Regional Association of Ghana Industries. Mr. Speaker, he rose to become the chairman for both Western and Central Region. And therefore, when it comes to the issue of entrepreneurship, businesses, industrialization, manufacturing, Honourable Ato Pamford was clearly there, and I believe that the same spirit and energy he brought to bear when he became a member of this House. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Ato Pamford is known to have been in the production of pepper paste. He's known to have been in the production of water. He's known to have been in the production of ice cream in this country. Honourable Ato Pamford also became the chairman of the National Board for Small Scale Industries, which graduated into what we call the Ghana Enterprise Agency. And even in the era of COVID, Honourable Ato Pamford was clearly in the tracks, making sure that Ghanaian businesses that are suffered because of COVID were supported by government. And over 200,000 Ghanaians were able to be supported under the President's initiative during the COVID period. So when we talk about Honourable Ato Pamford and the industrialization of this country in supporting businesses to stand on their feet, especially small-scale, medium-scale enterprises, Mr. Speaker, clearly he is somebody we need to support in this time that the family is in need. Politically, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Ato Pamford's preparation towards becoming an MP has been long overdue. In fact, he had gone through a lot of primaries before he won. And when he won, he had major difficulties even in his constituency, to the extent that with time, people like us have to be working with him and other contestants to make sure that he won the seat for him to be part of the 7th Parliament of this country. And when he came to the House, Mr. Speaker, everybody could feel his humility. Everybody could feel his energy. And even though he was a backbencher, he was all over the place. Mr. Speaker, clearly it shows that this is the man that was made for Ghana, and it's a man that came to support Ghana. Until recently, when I became a regional minister, Honorable Atufam became one of the advisors to the Ministry of Trade and Industry under the APTA program. And for the first batch of companies that participated in the program, Honorable Atufam made sure 2 of the companies in the Western region participated, especially the tile manufacturing company called Keda Ceramics, one of the first companies that has been exporting out of this country under the AFTA protocol. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a life worth celebrating. And we used to use this opportunity to wish the family our condolences. And we believe that the God that giveth and the God that taketh will still be able to sustain his energy throughout the family and throughout Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yeah, it's another member for Bolibamboy.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this statement, to eulogize our colleague who passed on a few weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, as a Muslim, when you are encountered with such situations, you are encouraged to say that from whom we have all come and to him we shall all return. Indeed, the loss of Dr. Atupamford is a great loss not only to his family but to the nation. I got to know him in the 7th Parliament when we all came here together. We serve on the same committee, the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. Indeed, at the end of the day, he became the de facto chairman of the committee because of his hard work. No, that was not the reason. Mr. Speaker, he was such a kind-hearted person, a successful businessman who would go that far to ensure that businesses of this country are given the necessary support. It was his belief that once our businesses were doing well, many jobs will be created. And so he has shepherded or assisted in ensuring that so many bills were passed. The Ghana Standards Authority bill, what he did was first of all to make a statement on this floor and call for the amendment or a repeal of that bill. The bill before. And this, the act before. And this was responded to positively by the Speaker, and that led to the repeal of that act, and now we have a new act. One can attribute it to him. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. The Ghana Standards Authority bill can also be attributed to the hard work of Dr. Pamford Atu. Indeed, he made a statement here. We all contributed to it, and the Speaker directed that there was a need for the bill to be repealed. And so if today we have a new bill, one can say that it was as a result of his efforts. And so for me, he left behind a good legacy. And as human beings, we've all come here, and one day we will go. What is important is when you leave this earth, we should be able to say good things about you. He's been here before, and today I can testify that the 4 years that he served in this parliament, he contributed meaningfully to the development of this nation. Mr. Speaker, even when he lost his elections and was home, he kept in touch with us. He was showing interest in the work of the committee. He called me several times to find out how the committee was doing. Indeed, he wanted to know what the committee was doing to assist the African Continental Free Trade Area to be able to assist businessmen and women to create more jobs. He was not the one that thought that once he lost it, he shouldn't show interest in what was happening here. Mr. Speaker, he showed so much interest in the Free Zones Board and had proposed that the Free Zones Board Act be repealed. And indeed, there's a need for that act to be repealed. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am so saddened that this happened. But like I said, we have all come from Him, God, and to Him we shall all return, whether you like it or not. I will just ask that the good Lord have mercy on his soul and give him a resting place, and to his family, I share my condolences with them. I know what they are going through, but the good Lord is there for them. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Carlos Ahinkra. Shama, you will be the last person to speak on him. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to say a few words about our colleague, Honorable Atupam Ford, a gentleman that I've known many years, even before politics. Someone who has carried himself so well when it comes to entrepreneurship, and of course an industrial person who has led the AGI for many years to what we see it to be today. The Speaker, Honorable Pump came into this house during the 7th Parliament, and he was able to prove to all and sundry, especially people from his constituency, that he was a gentleman that was ready to provide proper service to this country. Indeed, in the 7th Parliament, he was the Vice Chairman of the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. But even though he was the Vice Chairman, he actually acted as the Chairman of the committee, because the Chairman of that committee, which is the number 4, saw so much prowess in him that he actually allowed him to lead the committee any which way that he desired. And I'm sure if you listen to what my colleague on the other side just said, they have so much confidence in this gentleman that one cannot run down or downplay his contribution to that committee as far as the 7th Parliament is concerned. Besides that, this gentleman was also the chairman for the MBSSI board. It was during his time that he managed to get MasterCard, which is today helping us with our Youth Start program and all other projects that he actually championed whilst he was the board chairman for MBSSI in the 7th Parliament. When it comes to his constituency, he managed to be the first person to get a radio station for the Shama area, which station today I'm sure is probably the busiest if we want to look at what happens on the airwaves in that area. Atupam Ford has tried his best for this party. He put up a party office, a constituency office, and in the constituency before he unfortunately lost his seat in 2020. I am sure that if we want to write about Mr. Pamford today, we will fill about 30 notebooks and still not finish writing about him. His relationship with people, how subservient he is to people, good listener, and a team player. Atupam Ford really suffered a lot of ailments when he left Parliament in the 7th. When he left the 7th Parliament, he battled some conditions which, at a point, one ailment will lead to another, going back and forth from the hospital, one hospital to the other, and no one expected such a strong man who used to, I would say,
wouldn't be seen as somebody who was as fit as a fiddle, as we all say, to die just like that. But it so happens, when death is ready to pick you, there's nothing you can do about it. At this juncture, all we need to say is that Atu fared you well. We wish the family our condolences. We express our sympathies to the constituents of Shama, and I hope that his memory will never be lost on this parliament. And I wish him God's guidance. Rest in peace, Atu. Rest in peace.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to the tribute for our honorable late brother, Bamford. Mr. Speaker, just within this month, we have paid tribute to two of our former colleagues who were in the 7th Parliament, and also one of our current sitting MP who just lost his life a few days ago. Mr. Speaker, this brings to what we do in this House. Whether we are prepared, after exiting this House, whether we are prepared to leave the full hall of life. The good book tells us that there is time for everything. Time to be born and time to die. Within the time that you are born and time that you pass on to eternity counts for whatever you do on this planet Earth. Mr. Speaker, Atu Bamford, that we all know, especially those of us who he met in this House, know that he's not the hot-headed type of person. He's loved by all of us because he come across all political divide in this House. And in this House, you can clearly see those who do practical politicking on this floor and in this House. And those who believe that the national issues should come as paramount as anything else in this House. But after you've exited, after you've left this House, how will people see you? Would they see you as somebody who always do politics with national issues, or they see you as someone who believes in national discourse and national issues? Mr. Speaker, the time that you exit, just a year or two after leaving Parliament, and you have exited, you pass on to glory. Mr. Speaker, what really is the problem? I've just checked his age. He was only 61 years. And 61 years, and that means that he was 58 when he left this House. And 61, he has passed on to glory. Who is going to be taking care of the children? This call for national discourse on members of Parliament. We sit in this House for a very long period. We don't even check our health, as we were discussing this morning. We don't go to check our health status or go for medical checkups. And when you do not come back to this House, within a year or two, you pass on to glory. With all these memories, with all these good things that you have, that can be an asset that can be used for this nation, then where lies our being here? And I know some of our colleagues will not be coming again to this House. Are we going to be in the 9th Parliament and paying tribute to those who has spent so much, who has done so much for this nation in this place, just next 2 years, and we come back and start paying tribute to them? No. Let's take care of our health, brothers and sisters. Let's do a thorough medical checkup. I know it's not only the medical checkups that will make you pass on or not to pass on, but let us also take good care of ourselves. We don't take care of ourselves, Mr. Speaker. It is true that we don't even eat well. We have a dietitian here. We don't even visit the dietitian to eat very well. We leave this chamber, go to rush to our rooms. Sometimes you see our colleagues eating gari, with soakings in their rooms. They don't even have places to rest, and they rush back into the floor, do all kinds of things till around 2 a.m. before we get back home. And by 10 o'clock, we are supposed to be on the floor of this House again. Mr. Speaker, we need to take a holistic look at our health and also take a holistic look at all that we do in this House. Can we sometimes change our sitting times? Maybe do it in the night as we proposed some time ago, or we change the time that we sit so that you do whatever you want to do, you rest, and when you come, you are refreshed and you do proper work and go back
with energy, and then when you come back the following day, you have energy to work for the nation. We can't work for the nation or two when you are no longer in this house, then you pass on to glory. Then we have not helped ourselves. Mr. Speaker, with this few words, I wish the family well, and my condolences to the good people of Shama and all the people that he has left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to eulogize my very, 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 very good friend, family friend, and a partner. Mr. Speaker, Atro Comfort has been like a family name in my home, a name in my constituency, and even a name in Takrady, where I was visiting him, and Honorable Joe Gatti will bear me out. I'm one of those who encouraged Atro even to come to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, my friend was an industrialist and a farmer whose endeavors, I can vouch, impacted on so many poor people in our country. One honorable colleague, the Western Regional Minister, was paying tribute to him. He mentioned how he was producing pepper paste, and this took Atro to several places to himself, even do projects that would give him the raw material that he was processing for export. I met the Minister of Finance when he was making efforts to get support from government to go into industrialization. At the time, I was a Deputy Minister for Finance. We couldn't help him much. But I became so interested in what Atro was trying to do. The type of pepper paste he was producing for exports was world-class standards. And no wonder, eventually, he became a top person within those who were doing industrialization in our country. And no wonder when he came to the chamber as the MP for Shama, he was part of Trade and Industry Committee, and he even chaired an agency within the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, the former MP for Shama, got ill, sought treatment outside, came back in country, and continued his treatment at Kolebu. And almost every 2 weeks, when he was supposed to go for review, he will come past my place and I'll see him off. Mr. Speaker, his death is so sad. At the age of 61, that is not what anybody would have wished. His wife is lamenting, his family, the young men he was born with, are mourning. And I am also mourning, Mr. Speaker, just with all of us who are in the chamber here. Mr. Speaker, I only pray for his soul. Pray that the good Lord keeps him somewhere very good, that we can meet again when we also leave this transitional space. Mr. Speaker, with these sweet words, I will wish the wife and the family condolences and hope that he will be resting in the bosom of the Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the MP for coexhibiting with the LOG, our departed Honorable Atufo's Pamphor. Hey, it's not you. The Speaker saying that it's a small world indeed was how I came to find the Honorable Atufo's, who was actually my brother-in-law. Mr. Speaker, my good friend was the MP he defeated, Honorable Esifi. And actually before the election, I was passing through the constituency one day and I saw the MPP party office strategically placed close to the police barrier. And the first thing I did was to call Honorable Esifi and I said, why will you sit here and allow the MPP to place this office right here? He said, I tried and they won't give me the location. But the guy who is trying to unseat me I don't know how he did it. That was a sign that my good friend Honorable Esivi was facing a very stiff competition from a guy that could be very dangerous. But frankly, when he won and came to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I happened to work with him on the Trade Committee. He was the Vice Chair. And it was very clear to me that he was a very resourceful man, very hard-working man, and who made things happen. Mr. Speaker, we were sitting one day and when he made a call, and he mentioned his father-in-law and said Apostle Acha. And I said, who is Apostle Acha? That was my relative who passed not too long ago. Mr. Speaker, it happened to be my uncle that passed. And he was actually married to a daughter that I had not actually been in touch. And so my relationship with Honorable Pamford actually grew. Mr. Speaker, he was indeed a very hard-working man. Reference has been made about the very thorough statement he made here on the Ghana Standard Authority and the issues that really led the Ghana Standard Authority. It led to the ruling by the Speaker that, quite frankly, led to the passage of the Ghana Standard Authority Bill that really has brought out a lot of very good things that is helping Ghana. And so, Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we pay tribute to him. He was also very passionate about the, African Continental Free Trade and how passionate he was about how Ghana would be prepared to take advantage of it. The kind of consulting role he played for the Ghana team. Mr. Speaker, on a day like this, we mourn with his family. But more importantly, it's also brings the question as has been raised, the health of members of Parliament, especially those who leave Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we must ask, why is it that when you leave Parliament within a short period, if God is not on your side, you die? The questions about our health is something that Mr. Speaker has addressed. And if probably, Mr. Speaker, some requirement for members of Parliament to do some quarterly checks. It has to be done because, Mr. Speaker, it's getting very serious, it's getting very worrisome. But, Mr. Speaker, to be brief, our colleague, Honorable Atuf Pamford, the departed Atuf Pamford, left a mark in Parliament. And we mourn him, we remember him, and we mourn with the family. And we want to say on this day that we are very proud of the work he did, not only for Parliament, but for the people of Ghana. May he so rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Shaman. Well, the last speaker, but Honourable Jogate wants to say something. Is that right?
Mr. Speaker, no. I can't take the turn of the Honourable Member for Shama. I cannot take the turn of the Honourable Member for Shama since it's from the Honourable Pamford was concerned. But I also want to contribute. So I'll face it.
Yes, you can, so that you will be the last speaker.
So if I'm taking the turn of the Member for Shama, I will yield for him.
No.
Okay.
If you speak, I'll give the last one to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short. The first time I met Honourable Pamford was in my hall in Iskadu. I come back from campaigning and I wanted to go straight, it was in the night, I wanted to go straight to my bedroom and sleep. And my sister, my elder sister and my wife were sitting in the hall with this gentleman. And they said I should come and listen to him because he has fantastic ideas. I spent quite a while listening to him about what we can do as a country, about industry and so on and so forth. And it was worth my while. From that day, Honourable Pamford became my friend. He was more like a brother because Shama is the constituency next door. I remember when he was coming to Parliament first, he organized a football competition, like most of us do. And he was spending quite a bit of money And I was cautioning him that he should take it a little easy because it's a long distance race. It's not a sprint. To cut a long story short, he won, and I think he did a good job for the people of Shama. Unfortunately, he has joined the Father Sabbath. I remember when we went to communicate with his wife, we went to all the Western region MPs, but even the strength of our delegation could not bring him back to life. The world is but a stage, each man having his entry and having his... And we are told in Ecclesiastes that it is better to go to a house of death than to go to a house of death. And one would wonder that when somebody dies, he's gone. So why should that be better than to go to a place where a person has been born? Because it reminds us that one day we shall also all die. As we stand here and eulogize our colleagues who have departed, including Honorable Comfort, we should remember that our time will also definitely come. And we pray that when our time comes, we shall find our names written in the book of life, and we shall join the faithful departed in the heavens above. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, truly few words, not the parliamentary jargon, after 1 hour they say with these few words. Within these few words, Mr. Speaker, I faithfully take my bow. Thank you very much.
Very well. Now, the honourable member for Shama may make your election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the ongoing discussions and the good things my colleagues have spoken about my immediate predecessor, Dr. Atupamford. Mr. Speaker, the late Honorable Dr. Atupamford was a strong, dedicated, flamboyant, and eloquent gentleman. The late Atupamford came into the scene, the political scene, at the Shema constituency at the time when we were also gearing up. And we had about 2 contests, primaries, where he beat me. I remember some of my ardent followers tell me that don't allow Honorable Atupamford to come and address your people. When he comes, they will all fall for him. And lo and behold, they did. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about a man who spent his time and energies to execute his visions and convictions. He was dedicated to his work and ensured that until he accomplished that which he has set his mind on, he will not give up. Very sad that although death is inevitable, it's difficult for us to come to terms that he would depart at such a time like this. Such a visionary leader and a very good competitor. I would say once again that he is also a prophet. Why do I say that? About 2 months prior to his demise, there was a live radio discussions at which program he intimated to the people that he is going over for a higher service and that was not going to contest again for the Shema seats. Later did we know it was a call for a heavenly duty. Later did we know that it was a call for a heavenly duty. I will say, quoting from John chapter, the Gospel according to St. John, chapter 11, verse 25 and 26, Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. Those who believe in me, even though they die, will live. And everyone who lives and believes in me will never die. Mr. Speaker, I know the works of Honorable Atupamford will forever remain in his name, though he's gone.
But almost every school day, he will come on time. Rarely will you see Honorable Basova coming to school late. And because of that, I also do remember that the headmaster at that time, Alan Siko, made Honorable Baswa the day school prefect. That was the first time a day student was made a prefect. So it was a special designation for Honorable Baswa. He was a calm person. He was polite, respectful, humble, and a fighter. Honorable Baswa was a fighter. If you look at his political career, he's been fighting all along. He fights and he wins. In the midst of serious opposition, in the midst of tough times, he will always stay true. Honorable Speaker, after leaving the University of Cape Coast in the year 2000, He was lucky to be appointed at the DCE for Kumau between 2005 and 2009. He also had a stint at the Ghana Education Service. He taught at Ago Senior High School, and he was a member of the State Parliament 2013 till he passed on Monday, the 27th of March this year. Prior to his demise, we visited the former President J. Kufuor in his home on 21st of March. We had a very good time with the President. We had conversations, and on Thursday, a day before he was rushed to the Kolobu Teaching Hospital, we met in the washroom and we had discussions, and we discussed a whole lot of things. Every time I met him, I called him senior, because senior in the house. Basua is, when I began my political career, was one of those who even advised me and guided me about how to go about it. A good person is gone. In this house, you see him always quiet and reserved, but very deep up here, intelligent, very helpful and supportive. We are going to miss a very good person. Basua has gone through a lot. There are some personal things about him that I wouldn't say. But in the midst of all these turbulent times and difficulties, he was resolute. Philip, a survivor. And I'm sure that the good Lord will give him a befitting peace wherever he is. My heart goes to his family, especially his wife and little children. I know that Almighty God will give them comfort. Almighty God will help them. And I'm also praying and pleading to Mr. Speaker, looking at the state of his kids. If this House can take it upon ourselves to do something for the kids, and if we do this for the kids, I'm sure wherever he is, his soul will be happy. On that score, I want to wish our brother Demi Fadwe, Honorable Basua, Demi Fadwe, Duene Amanihuno. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ododododo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity granted me to contribute to this important statement on the demise of our colleague and friend, Honorable Basua. Mr. Speaker, my days in this House have given me some comprehension into two simple characters in this House. Those of us who can call very hardline politicians, and those who can call very accommodating politicians. And if I can mention one in the second category, I will mention Honorable Basua. Very friendly, very objective, and very firm in his beliefs. Mr. Speaker, what endeared me so much to this gentleman is the fact that in the midst of difficulties, he will still smile. In the midst of challenges, he will still smile. Recently, when after the approval of the president for the various district assemblies, and he went through that harrowing experience in his district, as a ranking member on local government, I met with him to get his insight into what happened so that it could form the basis for our statement in reaction to the incidents that characterize the approval of the MMDCs. And Mr. Speaker, somebody who has been attacked, embarrassed in such a manner, when he was speaking to me, he was smiling. And when we indicated that we were going to call for a parliamentary committee to investigate these attacks, Mr. Speaker, he opened his mouth and told me, don't waste your time. I will survive it. I left him with a different impression about politicians. Every day you meet Baswa, he's full of confidence. And he was always quiet. He will smile. And I've never seen him using those, let me say, acerbic words and language on any of his colleagues in this house. He is a very different politician. After the demise of former MP, Honorable Akoto said,
Honorable Member, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Please continue.
After the demise of Akoto said, when I heard about Baswa, the only thing I told myself, why are our colleagues on the other side losing all the good men amongst them? Good men in quotes. Because these are the nice people you meet who are not hot-headed politicians like some of my colleagues that I am seeing right now. Very, very humble, very respectful people. And they talk to you first as a human being, second as a colleague, and not as a politician or an opponent. So, that morning when we heard that our brother was in a difficulty, all that we said to ourselves, may the Almighty God save him. Because everybody, all of us on this side, were worried about him. We didn't know that what had happened will be the last time we were seeing him in this house. I wish that as we remember him today, his life and character will reflect on all of us. And sometimes to think more about the relationships we are having here, which will sustain beyond these walls, and not sometimes the hot language we use at each other. With these words, I wish the Almighty God will keep him, give him perfect rest. And I wish that we shall continue to remember the Baswas of this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Sunyani West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the maker of the statement and to add that this House really is going to miss Honorable Baswa. Mr. Speaker, I got to know Honorable Baswa way back in 2005 when he was made the DC of Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, regional minister, and any time regional ministers had to meet with DCs, he was one person I relate so well with. It was therefore not surprising that when he came to meet me here in the House in 2013, we bonded. And any time as a senior to him, he needed to get understanding of how things work here in the House. He would politely approach me and then we would talk together. As if by coincidence, he also became the chairman of the Employment Committee, a committee that I related with as a minister that does business with that committee. He worked so well with all the members of the committee, irrespective of which part of the House that member is coming from. And together we worked to achieve a lot not just for the committee, but also for my ministry. Little did we know that death was going to lay its hands on this young, hard-working man. Anytime he came to me, it was about either the business of a committee or something that has something to do with our ministry. And I recall that the last time he came to this house, he came and sat with me, and we had quite a lot of discussions on an impending program of the ministry that he wanted to participate, only to hear the next day that he had collapsed. Whilst we were praying that he would come back and join us, the unwanted news was what we heard. It's so sad that this house is losing such a gentleman, somebody who is so committed to his work as a member of Parliament. I know that as a politician, he fought a lot of battles to be able to regain his position here as a member of Parliament. But that never in any way discouraged him for pursuing his mission of being a member of this house. I know posterity is going to remember him as an MP who fought so well for his people and for his country. Perhaps at this point, all I can say is that we wish him well wherever he may find himself, and the good Lord, who actually knows best what he planned for him, has called him, and we pray that the good Lord will give him a perfect rest. On that note, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the maker of the statement. Thank you.
Let him come to Busa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to eulogize our colleague and friend, the now late Honorable Philip Oswa. Mr. Speaker, Philip was a friend, and as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I had the opportunity to interact and share ideas with him on a personal and intimate basis. Mr. Speaker, you would admit that his nature and demeanor was in direct opposition to mine. But interestingly, we were very good friends. Mr. Speaker, I think the good deeds and contributions that he has made are well captured and have been testified to by colleagues. But, Mr. Speaker, it is only fair that I relate an instance which really underscores his humanity and his willingness to share and show concern about the plight of others. As members of the Public Accounts Committee of this Parliament, we had the opportunity of attending the Conference of African Public Accounts Committees in neighboring Liberia. Mr. Speaker, on the day that we were scheduled to return to Ghana, we got information that the pilots of Kenyan Airlines had gone on strike. Having checked out of our hotel in preparedness to depart, we clearly faced some instant difficulties, including what to eat. The Honorable apparently had in his room banku, shito, and sardines. as generous as he was, he invited all of us to his room, and we gleefully consumed the food that he had brought, perhaps in anticipation of any eventuality. Mr. Speaker, I relate this story to underscore the type of person we are talking about and the person we have lost. Mr. Speaker, I can only say we miss him already. We extend our condolences to his immediate family, to his constituents, and to say that it is not just a loss by his family, by his constituents, by his party, but it's a great loss to Mother Ghana. We wish him well where he is, and we know the good Lord will keep him in his bosom until we reconvene again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me come to Offensive North.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me to contribute to the statement able made by the Honourable Member of Ghana on the death, the demise of the Honourable Member for Kumewu, Honourable Sua. Mr. Speaker, the good people of Kumewu have lost an illustrious son. The good people of Ashanti has also lost a politician who is so humble, a politician who is so much eager, anxious to bring development to the people. He was being admired by the people, particularly the rural people in Kumewu. Mr. Speaker, I had known Honorable Philip Basua in 1992 in the students' activist days when we were doing politics. At a time when Ghana has been ruled by the military for some time, as young students and the university students were so much eager to have democracy restored to Ghana. And that is where I happened to meet Philip Basua in the company of Honorable Member of Parliament for Menchia South, and a couple of them who have now found ourselves here in Parliament. Indeed, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Menchia, Honorable Opoku Prempe, who was our regional coordinator there in the school days, coordinating affairs of our student activism, trying to make sure that democracy is restored in Ghana and the riding on the hoops of the new patriotic party. That was where I first met Honorable Phil Basua. Mr. Speaker, no wonder he also pitched camp to his base, which is Kumewu, and later became the secretary to the executive committee within that constituency. And through a dint of hard work, in 2005, Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency, the former President, Honorable Kufuor, became the President, he was also appointed a district chief executive to serve the people, while at the same time also appointed as a district chief executive for the people of Offensive North. And through that cohort, we worked so hard to bring development to our respective districts. And Basua was so much loved by the people of Kumewu. He was so humble. And he worked so hard to endear himself to the people, particularly the chiefs, and all that. And eventually in 2009, when I also became a member of Parliament for the people of Ghana, he joined in 2012, also became a member of Parliament for the people of Kumewu. And indeed, we served on several committees together. And in all this, he excelled. He served the committees with a kind of diligence, hard work, and with the sense of bringing development to the good people of Basua. Mr. Speaker, he was so humble, he was a real gentleman. He was somebody who loved to act rather than to speak. Mr. Speaker, he was somebody who was also caring. We worked together to have a very good, close family. And interestingly, he had a series of challenges in terms of family and all that. And for the past 3 years, he has always concentrated, devoted a lot of his time and attention resources trying to at least see his wife survive. It's for protracted diseases. But unfortunately, he couldn't even live to see the end of the full recovery of his wife when just last week, Mr. Speaker, after a series of stressful work, we're together here and all that, and the next thing we hear was that our friend, our brother, it's gone to his maker. It's really sad. And this also brings to minds that the work of Parliament is such that we need to avert our minds to the lives, the health of members of Parliament. The work is so stressful. We don't have even systems where we counsel ourselves. We don't have systems where we psych ourselves to be able to attend to health needs. And members of Parliament are so vulnerable, such that with little things, we are no more. I think that's about time that as a House, we think about how we be able to work to improve upon the well-being of members of Parliament. It's so important because some of the deaths could have easily been averted if there has been some structured provisions to be able to address our health needs. Mr. Speaker, we have lost an illustrious brother, we've lost a illustrious son. The people of Kumewu and the family, indeed the wife, the sons, and the entire Kumewu constituency party fraternity have lost a great gentleman. And it is my prayer that the good Lord will continue to protect his soul, and then he will prepare a very fine place in the bosoms of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, so that when you and I join him, together we celebrate in the Lord. Thank you for the opportunity given me to eulogize my brother. Thank you.
Let me come to Savdai.
Speaker, thank you very much to add my voice to the statement made by my brother Prof. Sanyako in respect of Honorable Basua. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, last week Thursday, when you adjourned the House after the debate and the decision that the votes will be taken the following day, he beckoned me and then we walked out. We were engaged in some discussions until I got to the first lift. We stood there for a couple of minutes and then we parted company. And we said good night to each other, hoping that the next day, he asked whether next day there will be action. I said, I cannot tell. And that was how we parted. Only to get here on Friday to be told that he had fallen ill, seriously ill. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Basua and myself serve on the Public Accounts Committee. He's a very, very effective member. He was equally effective as the chairman of the committee that now operates like the Public Accounts Committee, which is the Employment Committee. Because of the interrogation of the annual accounts of the state-owned enterprises that the Honorable Comrade Donko also serves as the ranking member. So their work in promoting the oversight responsibilities of this house was a very critical one. It was so effective that last year, if you recall, they did a lot of work in respect of the SOEs, and it became very, very topical in this house. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Baswa, very quiet man, very effective, always in the house to perform his duties. Like the Honorable Clementa Park said, we'll miss him a lot on the Public Accounts Committee because of how he carried himself and how we work together. Mr. Speaker, this also brings to the fore that as members and as a house, we should have a relook or reevaluate how we work in this house. The work is sedentary. That is about 95% sitting down. And we sit for very long hours. So instead of asking members to produce their annual medical reports when we are freshly elected, I want to suggest that now we should be having annual medical review, so that you are not reviewed medically every 4 years, like Parliament does. You should be interested in reviewing our health every year. Because I still can't believe that Honorable Baswa that I saw Thursday night fell sick the next day, and today he's not with us. I mean, there ought to be signs, but there was none on Thursday night when he was living here. So we need that to be done for all of us. And it appears that within the past 1 week, MPs and former MPs will be in the news for these reasons. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by extending my condolences to the family especially, and I'm aware that the wife too is not well, and I can only pray that she'll stay stronger and be able to go through this painful exit of the husband who has actually been helping to maintain her in her current health status. And to the family, and of course to the MPP for losing such an effectively quiet man on your side. I pray that the people of Kumaru will seize the opportunity and get the NDC to replace him to be able to contribute towards the work on the floor. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let me come to Juabe. Juabe, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my heart weeps. My head aches. I still can't believe it that Honorable Baswa is gone. Last Thursday, I did spend some time with him. We normally have our pep talks whenever we come in. I've been to courts. I've been to disciplinary meetings with him. We always seem to have similar issues in our constituencies, and we've been struggling since 2013. All the things that my honorable colleagues have said are true. What I would want to add is the concluding part, because I remember on Thursday we strategized on how the next 4 years or how the next 2 years we are going to work so hard and make sure that we win our primaries. I'm still in shock. He always mentors me. He always tells me to hold on. He was so hopeful. And I still can't believe he's gone. But we miss him. And we know that God will keep him safe wherever he is.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I elect to continue for her.
I'll ask the Greater Accra Regional Minister to continue.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statements ably made by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, perhaps I share the same emotions with the honourable member who just contributed to the statement. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Basua was a very humble gentleman, quiet, and as a matter of fact, very, very reserved. So much so that sometimes you wonder, with the greatest of respect, whether indeed, how did he even go through his primaries to emerge as a candidate and even go through general elections, taking cognizance of the challenges that we go through as politicians to come to this august house. Mr. Speaker, his demise reminds me of our colleague, the departed soul, Honorable Jaku. Now, Mr. Speaker, it raises eyebrows and a lot of questions as to the pressure and stress, for that matter, on members of parliament in the plenary. Mr. Speaker, I sat by Honorable Basua the day before he passed. And in fact, I was sitting by him while he was having his usual kinky and stuff. We spoke. Little did I know that the following morning he'll be gone. What are we on earth for as human beings? I don't know. But again, it sends a clear signal to us. Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is the fine opportunity to respectfully, I know that is in existence already, but as members of parliament, are there in place some structures for us by way of counseling, by way of psychologists, by way of a specialist? We have come too far as parliamentarians not to have a hospital of our own, on our own. Maybe the time has come for Parliament as a whole, as an arm of the legislature, to have a hospital built purposely for members of Parliament. I know that may sound a bit discriminatory, but it will be appropriate to have that. Not just the parliamentarians, but the Speaker, we have clerks at table and all who facilitate the work of parliamentary practice. The Speaker, I listened to a post on WhatsApp, and clearly, listening to the post, it tells you that indeed the honourable gentleman had problems in his constituency. There was too much pressure and load on him. And I know that quite a number of my colleagues here are experiencing the same. Well, God giveth and He taketh. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting emotional, so I may have to leave. But Mr. Speaker, we wish his family and all in the constituency, in fact, we express our condolences to them, and I pray, Mr. Speaker, that this appeal that I've made will be considered, that Parliament should have a medical facility. Mr. Speaker, on weekends you drive around Accra, you have no place even to sit as a recreational center as a member of Parliament. because you sit somewhere and the next thing you're on the front page. Oh, MP is found here even eating wachi. Mr. Speaker, these two things also helps for one to go there and then ease off the stress. A recreational area for us and a medical facility. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me come to the ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the statement eulogizing the passing away of Honorable Philip Basua, the MP for Kumawu, and the chairman for the Committee of Employment, Social Welfare and State-Owned Enterprises. Honorable Basua was a gentleman's gentleman. He was long-suffering. He was stubborn when it came to protecting the truth. He was unmovable and unshakable, no matter the cabal pitched against him. So strong was Honorable Basua in his convictions that he became the leader of what others called Basua and Co. But Basua believed in consensus building. Indeed, on the committee, Basua's best friend was Honorable Haruna Idrisu. He will be the first to say, Kwabna, leader says you will be coming. Kwabna, have you reserved some reading material for leader? Where reading material means documents that we work with. But more importantly, Honorable Basua was willing to learn. We'll get to the committee meeting, and if the subject matter, if we have an SOE in the energy sector before us, he will open the meeting and say, Kwabna, handle them. He will sit down and take notes because he will concede that he was disadvantaged in that sector. He was a leader who gave people the opportunity and the space to operate. Basua was a gentleman. Basua represented what I see as the best ethos of politics. Gentle, persuasive, long-suffering, persevering, but committed to a cause. When I read the press release by the MPP that MPP flags should fly at half-mast across all MPP offices, I saw that as a vindication for a man who had been so badly persecuted by people who did not understand him. In death, he won the battle of honor. In death, he won the battle of integrity. In death, Basua showed us that ultimately no political cabal will succeed if we are strong, if we are committed, and if we are loyal to our party. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
I'm taking 1-1 and okay, Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I pray this glory in place. I'm on my feet. I'm speaking to the chair, please. I'm very serious. Mr. Speaker, paying this glowing tribute to my brother, my client, my friend, and above all, my brother-in-law. Baswa was my akunta. That's how I referred to him. And truly, he was my akunta. Muraso Kumewu. And a lot of things in common. There was not a single time I would drive through Bompata, Agogo, and not stop at Kumewu and eat my ampesi with him. You always find him at the late BMS's residence, waiting for you, prepared his ampesi with some soup, and calling you on your way from Accra. Now we're drinking. Oh, I just got to Adonfe. I'll just join you in 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, let me read a message to you from his PA when he fell ill. Hello, Honorable, good morning. Doctors say, I'm just quoting, doctor says there is now more oxygen flowing through the body. That is an improvement from the level from yesterday. So we are still hoping that there is a continuous upward trajectory. However, they insist no visitors for now. We kept on pursuing a good cause to save our brother's life. We kept on praying. I left the chamber. All of us left on Friday early morning. You and I were in Kumasi for Sir Dennis's wife's funeral. So I was always in touch with the PA and the brother. The Speaker, Kumewu has gone through a lot in our politics. Majority Leader, I'm sure, will contribute from Rio Adai Baswa's time to Yaba to Philip Baswa and the troubles in Kumewu politics. And in the midst of all this happening was our good brother Philip Baswa, who was the DC under President Kufuor's time. The Speaker, question is whether my Akunta enjoyed his life as a politician, as an MP. You all saw what happened to him during the selection of DC. We all saw that. He harbored a lot of pain. His wife was not feeling too well. He always had to leave the kids, school, come and spend time in Accra, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 2020 elections of Kumewu, whilst Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana, was gathering over 80.6% of the votes, my brother was raking around 51% of the votes in Kumewu. Independent candidate was able to win not less than 11,000 of the votes. Baswa only clinched 14,000. Mr. Speaker, our brother went through a lot in Kumewu. And I believe that we ought to be fair and be candid with what we speak about on this sad day. Mr. Speaker, my dear sister from Javin could not end her contribution because she knows what I'm talking about. So there isn't much I would want to say but to wait for the day that will lay our brother to rest and to wish the family well till we meet again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this tribute to our good friend, Honorable Philip Batwa. Mr. Speaker, this man was a great man in all respects. He was gentle, kind, and considerate in everything he did. And as a member of Parliament, I got to know he was so committed to his constituency and to his party. Mr. Speaker, I got to understand him more than I used to when we traveled together. After interacting for some time, he opened up to me. He told me what was inside him, what was deep inside him, the pain he was going through. Mr. Speaker, at the time I was speaking to him, it did not leave him at all. He felt very bad that he so committed himself to his party, and there were people inside the party that worked against him. It shows that he is a man of character, that despite all the challenges he faced in life, he still was committed, and indeed he told me he still loved his party and would want to make sure in everything he did, the party will stand first before everything. And it shows that he's exemplary in character, he's exemplary in commitment to a cause, and he can be trusted, he could be trusted with everything that the party wanted to do. And that he wanted to convey this to the people who wanted him down. Mr. Speaker, in his death, he has conveyed it. It shows that people are not changed by externalities which may be working against them. The character of the person is not changed because other people have a different character. It simply means that you strengthen who you are. Mr. Speaker, but the death of this friend of ours shows that we need to do more than we do. And I would like to suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, for it to be made a compulsion that at the beginning of every session, or maybe every sitting, every member of Parliament will bring a medical report, comprehensive medical report about himself, so that we know you are fit and strong. These sudden deaths that occur to many of our friends and colleagues is disturbing and should not be allowed to continue if we can avoid it by taking precautions about ourselves. I know that when I came to Parliament the first time, at every sitting, our doctor will come, and it was compulsory for you to do all the checks about yourself. You don't need to present it to anybody, but there was an avenue for you to check everything, especially your internal glands and your prostate for the men. I think it's necessary, and we should go back to it and make sure it becomes part of our lives. Lots of people are dependent on us. The nation itself is dependent on us. So much is invested in the member of Parliament to the extent that his life is becoming, or is critical and synonymous to the progress of the nation, because members of Parliament represent the people of Ghana, and our voices represent the totality of the voice of the people. And so care must be taken not just by the status quo, but by ourselves, so that we can live long and do what we are required to do as members of Parliament. His death was a big shock. It reminds me of what Shakespeare said about death. There is a brief candle, and that it comes and it goes. The men and women who struts and frets on earth will suddenly leave the earth. Mr. Speaker, we leave the earth, but something remains here. This is the character we bring into being whilst we're alive, what we leave behind as human beings, committed to the causes we belong, and eventually the niche we cut in the totality of society. Remembering our friend and in paying this eulogy to him, we will say that may he rest in peace and may he be received at the right side of God, so that he would have benefited from all the good he has done. In the end, it is to make sure that the total Ghanaian population live worthy lives. And he did what he did for the people of Ghana, for his constituency, for the Parliament of Ghana, for all of us. And so, Mr. Speaker, may he rest in peace. Thank you.
May I come to leadership? Very well. Okay. Yes, honorable member for Domekwa Binya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will thank the maker of the statement for bringing this statement on the floor. We are all sad by the unfortunate incident of losing a brother, a friend. Honorable Baswa and I entered Parliament the same year, and we actually sat close to each other. He was an advisor. He would be there for you when you need him. He will share constituency issues with you and advise you on the way forward. I think Ghana has lost a great son, and my heart pours out the family of the late Honorable Baswa, the MPP fraternity, and myself and my family. I say so because he would always call my father his uncle. He would always make time for my church invitations and will stay throughout the program with you. This is somebody who cares, somebody you can call a friend, a brother, a husband. And I know that the good Lord will keep him in his bosom. And as the Holy Bible always states, we should always give thanks to the Lord in all situations. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I'll end with my statement is, Demri Fadue, may the soul of our brother rest in perfect peace. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable leader. Well. Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also join colleagues in paying tribute to our brother and colleague who exited some few days ago. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Baswa has been a friend, a brother to all of us. He's a very honest person who wants to be in peace with anybody he comes across. But Mr. Speaker, he has gone through a lot of painful experience, and he's been sharing these experiences with some of us.
It's true.
Mr. Speaker, you are aware that you and Honorable Baswa went through the same ordeal, and therefore you have a practical feel of exactly what he went through. Mr. Speaker, what we must understand as politicians is that life is too short. And so if by the grace of God, you are given the opportunity to lead, let's respect each other. Power will not be with us forever. One day, no matter what happens, regardless of the situation, regardless of the influence, we'll leave power behind. So let's treat our colleagues with some respect, and let's understand that we are all in this struggle for the common good of our people. In fact, it is painful that at the age of 50 plus, we are losing a colleague of his caliber. Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at the pressure that we go through as politicians, and the pressure that we mount on our colleagues, even within the same party, needlessly. We have to look at all these things and make sure that, yes, politics is not a vehicle for people to assume power to do the things that they want for themselves, but a vehicle to assume power and then render services to our people. Yes, some few days ago, while I was coming from my office to this chamber, I met my colleague in the corridor. And Mr. Speaker, we spoke for some 10-15 minutes. And he shared with me some of the painful experiences he's gone through. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that as an elected representative of the people, even when the district chief executive of his own district was appointed, he was prevented from participating in the confirmation of the district chief executive? Mr. Speaker, something that ought to have been condemned by this House, but Parliament did not do anything about it. Those who have executive power did nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, this is unfair. And these are some of the things that we must come together as a House and condemn and ensure that discipline in our body politics. Mr. Speaker, I mention you because you also went through the same experience. At some point, you nearly resigned from politics, but God saved you.
Amen.
We pray that the soul of the departed will rest in perfect peace. The prayer is that may the good Lord protect our brother and give him peace. But Mr. Speaker, what is most critical is the family and the children he has left behind. Is there any arrangement in place by Parliament to take care of the wife and the children? There is nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, normally what happens is that even after the death, immediately after the death, we'll be thinking about by-election without looking at how we can take care of the case, the small ones is left behind. It is about time we put in place mechanisms to support some of these children. Because when you see some of our colleagues out there, sometimes you get worried. Just some 2 months ago, a colleague of us who was here for 3 terms was ill.
Mr. Speaker, there was no money, and some of us had to contribute to enable him pay hospital bills. When you are in the house, every day you hear the public talking about MPs are making money, MPs are making money. But when the person leaves Parliament, within 10 days, you see that everything changes. That is the reality of parliamentary life. What they say of us is exactly the opposite of our situation. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is reminding us that regardless of our age and our power or influence, one day we'll also be called to eternity. And so let's put in place measures that will put smiles on the faces of the kids and the family that will leave behind. Otherwise, we sit here, talk, express all the ideas as if we are giving the world, we can even govern, and eventually leave our families in the situation of everything. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and it is my prayer that the good Lord who brought us here and who will call us at the appropriate time will take good care of our colleague, give him a special place in the heavens, and protect the family that he has left behind. And it's my prayer that we all, as politicians, will from today come to the realization that power is just for a short time. And whenever we are given the opportunity, we should treat our colleagues as equal human beings with the same respect, so that all of us will one day, when we appear before the Almighty God, will have something positive. On this note, I wish him very well. Thank you, sir.
Very well. Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to eulogize our colleague who departed the earth in circumstances that indeed they shock all of us. Mr. Speaker, in these days of carnage and sundry bestialities, death really no longer agitates most people. However, the sudden transition of the Honorable Basua did touch the hearts of men and women in this house. The Honorable Basua most times kept to himself. He was a man who was bearing a very heavy load on his shoulders. He was a man of few words, or one could see in any encounter with him that he was a struggling man, within and without. The Speaker, he was indeed a man of soul, a survivor. All manner of conspiracies around him, and yet by kind cases of God, he managed to overcome. Here in this house, the Speaker, the then minority leader and I elected to make him the de facto chair of the Special Budget Committee. And he discharged his responsibilities in a very responsible manner. And anytime he had problems, he reclined to us to seek our own advice on the way forward for us. The Speaker, only yesterday, some members from within the group of the Special Budget Committee arrived in Ghana
from a trip that we embarked on in Israel, which trip was mooted when he was a de facto chair of the Special Budget Committee. Unfortunately, after the 2020 elections, had to be shifted to the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises to chair that committee, whilst he left the Special Budget Committee to be chaired by the Honorable Patricia Apieji. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that I clear this, because the Speaker, in announcing the transition of our colleague, that is, he announced from the chair that the colleague had collapsed. I think it was taken on face value and made to appear as if the man had collapsed in Parliament. And so all news coverage was to the effect that the Honorable Baswa had collapsed in Parliament. Nothing could be further away from that. And indeed, the day when we heard, and some people were suggesting that if he was stable enough, perhaps we could ferry him to the presence of Parliament to be counted among those who will be voting. I insisted that, not knowing the exact condition, it would be risky to do that, because if we brought him and anything happened, it would be attributed to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we didn't do that. And it's good that we didn't, go on that path. If we had, and the man had transitioned the following day, I shudder to think what would have happened to this House. It would have been disastrous for the image of Parliament, that we forced him to come, and then the health status declined, which led to his death. I'm saying nothing of that sort happened. Mr. Speaker, isn't it ironical? Isn't it ironical that when we first came to this House in 1997, the first person who represented the constituency on the ticket of MPP, was one Honorable Baswa, who at a critical time when we had to vote, had to be ferried from 37 military hospital to this House to participate in the voting. Not too long thereafter, the Honorable Baswa transitioned. There was a by-election which the Honorable Yaban won and came to Parliament. Then another Baswa comes to replace Yaban, and that Baswa also transitions midstream the performance of his duties in this House. Mr. Speaker, that is perhaps a paradox that may be difficult to unravel. Mr. Speaker, today the family came to formally inform us about the transition of the Honorable Baswa, which is what has occasioned the tribute that's been paid in his honor by the tribute which has been paid by the Honorable Dr. Nyako, the MP for Kwadaso. Mr. Speaker, it's important that this information came to be passed to us because the House we are adjourning today, and upon adjournment, we may not perhaps come back. Within 60 days of the transition, the amendment that was effected to the Constitution provides, within 60 days of the transition, there must be a by-election. So when the family came and were discussing it, we reminded them that our colleagues on the other side of the political divide, the NDC, will be having their primaries, parliamentary and presidential primaries, on May 13th. Now, the last Saturday, before the expiry of the 60 days then, will be May 20th. And if we want to have the House join ranks to give him a befitting burial and funeral, then perhaps the likely date would be the 20th of May. The family indicated that they're going to process it and get back to us. But I believe that maybe in the final analysis, likely the funeral may hold on the 20th of May, then thereafter the burial service to follow on the 21st of May. So that may be the tentative arrangement, but I'm not the family head, Mr. Speaker. I'm just talking about what happened today in our encounter with the family. Mr. Speaker, the affairs of this world are very difficult to comprehend. Knowing what we saw about the man the day before his transition. And one cannot really bring any science to analyze it. One can only hope that this earth will lie gently on him, especially given what we are hearing about the condition of the spouse, based on circumstances. Mr. Speaker, maybe this is one case that we have to come together to see how to salvage the situation, even after his own transition. So, my hope and trust is that the spirit will be afforded eternal rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Honourable members, since Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, make us observe 1 minute silence. We will not do same again, only to wish him a restful rest with the Lord. So, leadership. You've done well. Honourable members, we observe mini silence for our brother on Tuesday. So, leadership, let him come to you for direction.
Speaker, at the commencement of public business, item 8A. 8A.
Yeah. We did that last Tuesday.
Item 8A, on page 4. Page 4 of today's Speaker, with your leave, for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance. Late.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4. At the commencement of public business, we will begin with the presentation of papers by the Minister for Finance. Is the Minister for Finance around?
So I sought your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister.
Very well. Deputy.
Annual reports of the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year 2022. Annual public debt management reports for the 2022 financial year.
Honourable members, the report have been duly presented. They are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. Yes, leader.
Okay, we are actually taking the two, I and II. Then we can proceed.
We've done the I and II.
We should then be taking 8B on page 5. 8B.
Yes. Honorable for Employment and Labor Relations. 8B.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, and the Attain Enterprise Solutions Limited, in partnership with Omni Technologies Limited, for an amount of $3,695,338 United States dollars, 87 cents, for the deployment of a risk-based supervision system and ERP system platform.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee for Finance for consideration and report. Are you doing the C?
Speaker, we can now move on to, on same page, D, and we are taking II and III. Speaker, with your leave, the Deputy Chair, the Vice Chair of the committee is here, if he could be allowed to take it.
Very well. Honourable Member for Okankwe Central.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of $150 million United States dollars to finance the West Africa Food System Resilience Program, Phase 2, under the multi-phase programmatic approach. Report of the Finance Committee on the on-lending agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Development Bank Ghana for an amount of 170 million euros to support the establishment of a financially sustainable development bank under the finance contract between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the European Investment Bank for an amount of 170 million euros for the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, understandably, under the rules, I'll find it difficult to come. We are borrowing to set up a development bank, and we're asking Parliament to consider a loan to borrow to establish a development bank. Now, when we ask that this bank be brought to Parliament to be established by an act of Parliament, we're told that that was not to be done. So why is Parliament now coming to consider a loan agreement for the establishment of the same bank? When you recall, we even warned that learn from the experiences of the collapsed bank and let's use Parliament to knit some of the issues that emerge from it. I have a difficulty accepting that on the day Parliament is rising, you want to borrow 170 million to set up a bank which is already established. I think that this one must stand down for us to look at it when we come back thoroughly. Because we already have a development bank. I can understand why we are doing this. Publicly here, we demanded that the Minister for Finance comes here and we establish the development bank by a bill and by an act of Parliament, and to deal with the concerns following the 23 billion which was spent in getting those collapsed banks and their customers. So on a day we are rising, we want to borrow to set up a development bank. Mr. Speaker, with all respect, the committee should take action on this matter and let us go and come in the interest of
Yes, the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with Honorable Haruna Idris. Mr. Speaker, House passed the Development Finance Act, which regulates development finance, like the Development Bank of Ghana. The European Bank gave a facility to the Development Bank, and they are now on lending facility. We sat as a committee for 2 days with the authorities of the bank, and we are satisfied. That is why we are laying the report. So we cannot lay a report and have a member arrest the laying of a report. This is novel. So I beg to disagree with the minority, Honorable Harry Idris. Former.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the loan was contracted by the government of Ghana and not the Development Bank. The government of Ghana is on lending the loan to the Development Bank of Ghana so that they can get it back in future to be able to use it for the purposes of debt servicing. So it's government of Ghana that borrowed the money from the European Bank. And government of Ghana has signed agreement. So it's this house that approved the loan between government of Ghana and the European Central Bank. What we seek to do now is to on-lend the loan to the Development Bank so that we can get the money back.
Very well, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just as the minority leader is saying, when there is a practice and indeed a convention in this house, when government has contracted loans and then on lent for procurement of vehicles, for instance, to GPRGU, which is a private entity. So people should understand these things. However, if you're looking for maybe questioning the basis of what you do, that's another conversation. That's another conversation. But that this House has done so before on many, many occasions. Honorable former minority leader, leave your former past and you recollect what I'm saying.
Honourable members, with this understanding, the report has been duly presented. They are to be distributed to honourable members. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I just realized the earlier referral related to item 8B, a paper laid by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, was rather referred to the Finance Committee. It should be referred to the Committee of Employment.
Finance.
It should rather be referred to the
That's why I made the refer to.
No, Speaker, with respect, it should not be referred to the Finance Committee. It should rather go to the Committee of Employment.
Very well. Honourable members, the area referral to the Finance Committee is rather to the Committee of Employment and Welfare. Are we adding the leadership of Finance Committee too? Okay. So the referral is now to the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare.
Speaker, may we now turn to order paper addendum and take item 1A, II. Speaker, with your leave, to be done by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Very well. Yes.
Reconciliation report on the Petroleum Holding Fund for year 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee for Finance.
Speaker, we are taking the two. I.
Annual report on public-private partnership projects for the year 2022.
Honourable member. Honourable members,
the reports of III are duly reported to the House, and they are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
So we are on the same page, item 1B. Item 1B on order paper addendum by the Vice Chair of the committee.
Very well.
Report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Government Agency for the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, for an amount in Korean won not exceeding the equivalent of 30 million United States dollars to finance the medical equipment provision project in response to COVID-19.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honourable members.
So we continue with, can we take all together?
Very well.
Yes.
Report of the Finance Committee on the financial agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 150 million United States dollars to finance the primary healthcare investment project. Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 150 million United States dollars to finance the public financial management for service delivery program. Report of the Finance Committee on the financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 200 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Digital Acceleration Project.
Honourable members, the report of IV in page 2 of the addendum paper duly presented, they are to be distributed to honourable members.
Speaker, order paper addendum 2.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu Sang Pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With the send this guy, download to Lemonade Finance.